Welcome to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. Tonight's matchup between the Billings Mustangs and your Provo Angels. In fact, we're going to play two. It's such a beautiful night here, we've decided let's make it two. As the Angels and Mustangs will play a doubleheader before taking the day off tomorrow. It's Jimmy Buffett here, Jimmy Buffett night here at the ballpark, where Jimmy Buffett music and Hawaiian shirts will be all over the place, and contests for those people participating wearing shirts will be fun, and we're going to have a great night. It's a perfect weather night. It's about 72 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, a slight breeze coming out of the mountains. But it's just a great night to play baseball, especially too. Last night, of course, the Angels handled the Billings Mustangs in easy fashion, 14-2. Billy Lehman threw 5 innings of no-hit baseball to get the win. Jason Cox and Ricardo Requena pitched 4 innings of very effective relief to seal up the win. And, of course, the big night offensively was for Chris Walston, 3 for 5 with 2 doubles, a 3-run home run, and 6 RBI total on the night. Ben Johnson, also another stellar offensive production, 2 for 2, a couple of extra base hits, 3 RBI. Josh LeBlanc, 2 for 6 with a triple and 2 RBI. So some production from top to bottom in the lineup for the Angels gave them a 14-2 victory. That makes it 4 straight for them over the Mustangs, including the 3 that they swept up at Cobbs Field last week. Tonight's starting lineups. First for the Billings Mustangs, starting in right field and batting first, Drew Anderson. Batting second, the shortstop Paul Janich. Batting third, the second baseman Trevor Lawhorn. Batting fourth, first baseman and league leader for home runs, Bobby Mosby. Batting fifth, the left fielder Philip Gentry. Batting sixth, third baseman Bradley Key. Batting seventh, Jose Ronda, who started the game last night at shortstop, will be the designated hitter tonight, getting perhaps a reward for his blast into right field in the 9th inning. Batting 8th will be the catcher Jason Ellis, and batting 9th will be center fielder Travis Cates. We're going to take a brief pause, and we'll be back with tonight's national anthem and the starting lineup for your Provo Angels, as well as the first pitch. This is Zach Frazier and Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Boys and girls, get your scorecards ready and please welcome the Billings Mustangs, Pioneer League affiliate of the Cincinnati Reds, managed by Yui Aguayo. Leading off for the Mustangs in right field is number 15, Drew Anderson. Batting second, the shortstop, number 23, Paul Janich. Batting third, the second baseman, number 12, Trevor Lawhorn. Batting fourth and playing first base, number 59, Bobby Mosby. Batting fifth in left field, number 9, Philip Gentry. Batting sixth at third base, number 5, Bradley Key. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 2, Willie Joe Ronda. The catcher, number 16, Jason Ellis. Batting ninth, the center fielder, number 52, Travis Cates. And pitching for the Mustangs, number 29, Zac Stott. Time to announce the starting lineup for your Provo Angels. Starting in left field, Mike Perdomo. In
Beautiful rendition of our country's national anthem here at Larry H. Miller Field by one voice, a quartet of 4 women from Heber City, Utah. As we get set to get underway here in Provo, Utah, the game between the Billings Mustangs, currently 3rd in the Pioneer League North Division at 12-17, 5 games back of Great Falls. Of course, they did already clinch a playoff spot in the first half by winning that division. And your Provo Angels right now in first place of the Southern Division, 20-8, the record on the second half on the season, 40-26, the best record in the Pioneer League, as Tom Kochman has once again managed to put a stellar team on the field here at Miller Field. Provo sits right now 6 games ahead of its next closest rival, Idaho Falls. As Idaho Falls tonight will open up against Missoula, Great Falls at Ogden, and Casper at Helena. For the only doubleheader scheduled for tonight in the Pioneer League. Defensively for the Angels, from left to right field, Mike Perdomo again getting the start in left field. He's been hitting the ball well and playing solid defense, and so Tom Kochman has decided to keep him in the lineup. Richard Giannotti starting in center, as is the norm, and Ben Johnson getting the second consecutive start in right field. Had himself a ball game, as we mentioned earlier, 2 for 2 last night with 3 RBI. So the former University of Washington product back in the lineup in right field. Nate Sutton will get the start at third tonight. He came into the game halfway for Andrew Toussaint in last night's 14-2 win. Toussaint sat out the rest of the game because of a sore back. He's all right, just getting a night off. As you talked to him a little bit earlier today during batting practice, Sean Rodriguez will start at short, Josh LeBlanc at second, and Cliff Remley in place of Chris Walston at first. Walston will be DHing tonight. Tim Duff catching, in on the mound for the Angels, Francisco Cordova, the big right-hander from Colorado, Mexico. He's 2-4 on the year with a 5.93 ERA, 44 innings worked, 21 walks, 24 strikeouts, and opponents are hitting .292 against him. He misses inside with the first pitch, ball 1. Drew Anderson batting .229 for the Mustangs. He takes the pitch outside and low, ball 2. And he's quickly ahead. Here's the pitch from Cordova. Just does miss the outside corner, ball 3. Clint Lawson again in the field. Brett Robeson once again behind home plate. They will switch for tonight's doubleheader. Both games will be 7-inning affairs as Cordova fires a strike right over the heart of the plate. Anderson taking all the way. 3 balls and 1 strike. Cordova will get the start in game 1. Karl Gelinas is slated to start game 2 for the Angels. Here's the 3-1. This is down low, ball 4. So the Angels walk the leadoff batter for the second consecutive night. Anderson walked last night to lead off the game, as did Boomer Berry for the Great Falls White Sox. So 3 games in a row, 3 walks to the first batter of the game. Certainly not something that manager Tom Kochman wants to see. Here's the pitch from Cordova to the second batter, Paul Yanish. Yanish was not in the lineup last night as he takes ball 1 down and inside. Yanish hitting .262 on the year. 2 home runs and 20 RBIs. The runner goes. The throw from Duff down to second base. In time! As Anderson is cut down, stealing the head-first slide. Not in time. Sean Rodriguez applying the tag. The pitch did miss low. The count is now 2-0, but the runner is erased. And Cordova goes back to working from the windup. He delivers a slider that catches the outside corner. Strike 1. Yanish, product of Rice University out of Cypress, Texas. As Cordova misses high, ball 3. Again, the Billings Mustangs with their black socks up to their knees, wearing the stirrups of yesteryear as opposed to the soccer-style socks that most teams have gone to now. And Yanish looks at ball 4. Now he heads to first base. So 2 walks in a row, as Tim Duff will run out to talk to Cordova, make sure that everything's okay. Mustangs in their roadie grays, gray pants, gray tops with black numbers, red and white trim. Of course, the colors of their parent club, the Cincinnati Reds. Trevor Lawhorn's last night's second baseman comes to the plate. The right-hander looks at ball one inside. Mustangs have one runner on, one out. We are just underway here in Provo for Game 2 of a 4-game set and Game 1 of a doubleheader here Saturday night. The pitch from Cordova, off-speed delivery, catches the outside corner, strike one. Cordova, native of Colorado, Mexico, was joined by another of his Patriot countrymen earlier today as he misses outside, ball two. Some changes to the Angels roster as they've added two pitchers tonight. Rafael Cruz from Veracruz, Mexico, came up from the Mesa Angels, as did Jason Corbett, a native of Palm Harbor, Florida. Both are active for tonight's ball game as Cordova delivers an off-speed pitch. Longhorn swings and misses, strike two. So the Angels stocking up on pitching as they get set to head into the playoffs. Rosters for the Pioneer League expanded to 35 players so they can add a few and get set for the playoff run. The pitch is down low. The ball skips away from Duff, and Yanish will head over to second base. Count moves to 3-2 for Lawhorn. 3-2-1 across the board. As Yanish now stands at second base. A slight breeze blowing from left to right as the park starts to fill up. Here's the 3-2 is ripped down the left field line, but foul. As Frederick Carney, the ex-soccer player, makes nice little soccer stop to keep the ball from rolling further. Count remains full. Longhorn back in the box. Cordova comes set and steps off the mound as he looks over at Yanish. The evening shade starting to creep across the infield, but most of the playing surface is still bathed in sunlight. And the pitch is fouled back to the press box. It lands on the tarpaulin, and the count remains full. Sutton, Rodriguez, LeBlanc, and Remley in the infield. Perdomo, Giannotti, and Johnson from left to right in the outfield. Here's the pitch, the 3-2, swung on and lined right to Sean Rodriguez for out number two, as Yanish wisely holds his spot at second base. So the ball hit on the nail to hit hard, but right at the shortstop Rodriguez. And there's now two outs, so the league's leading home run hitter, Bobby Mosby, steps into the batter's box. The very large first baseman. Went 2 for 4 last night with 2 strikeouts and a couple of singles. He looks at ball one high. The expression that I was searching for is he hit the nail right on the head, but it eluded me at the time. Here's the 1-0, swung on and fouled as Cordova fooled Mosby with a curveball. I was talking to Aaron McCrate, the radio voice of the Billings Mustangs, and he was mentioning that one of the reasons that he's still down at this level is his inability to hit the curveball. He's got great power, great athleticism, but has struggled with off-speed pitches and breaking balls. He has seen his average this year climb. Comes into tonight's game hitting 285. Last year only hit 220. Here's the pitch from Cordova, lifted foul down the right field line and out of play over the barbecue pit. We have a nice group here tonight filling that barbecue pit. Of course, if you have a group of 50 or more, we've got all your picnic needs handled right here at Larry H. Miller Field. Can handle any group outing. The pitch is lifted high and foul back behind home plate. Tim Duff giving chase will find the screen as the ball bounces off the roof of the Angels dugout and into the grandstand. The count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 out. 1 runner on. As Bobby Mosby looks to get the Mustangs on board here early on. We're in the top of the first inning. Cordova comes set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. No. The umpire says he did barely get a piece. Tim Duff unable to hold on, so Mosby is still alive. I'd like to thank the Tackus family for providing tonight's service out of Pacific Palisades, California. And a pop fly in the infield into foul territory. Nate Sutton will run over into the shade and gather it in for the third out. So the Mustangs get 2 base runners thanks to 2 walks, but are unable to capitalize. We'll head to the bottom of the first to scoreless ball game. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Serve, love, eat. The Provo Angels would like to thank Any Call Wireless for providing our mobile phone line. You can check them out at 27 West Center Street in Provo.
Welcome back to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. We're getting set to head into the bottom of the first inning. Richard Giannotti will lead things off for the Provo Angels. He'll be followed by Nate Sutton, Sean Rodriguez, and Josh LeBlanc hitting 4th tonight. A surprise change in the Angels lineup. Tim Duff will bat 5th. Ben Johnson will hit 6th and play right field. Chris Walston, the DH, will bat 7th. Cliff Remley will bat 8th and play 1st. And Mike Perdomo will bat 9th and play left field. Giannotti takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Giannotti from the left side of the plate against the right-hander Zac Stott. Looks at ball 1. Stott 2-2 with a 2.82 ERA. The Gulf Coast League Reds. As Giannotti swings and misses, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Giannotti doing his job as a leadoff man as far as on-base percentage, stolen bases, and runs scored. He is in the top 10 of the Pioneer League in all 3 categories. Just like what you'd like to see out of your leadoff hitter. He looks at ball 2, and the count moves to 2-2. Defensively for the Mustangs, Philip Gentry in left, Travis Cates in center, and Drew Anderson in right as Giannotti swings and fouls the pitch back to the screen to stay alive. On the infield from 3rd to 1st, Bradley Key, Paul Yanish at short, Trevor Lawhorn at 2nd, and Bobby Mosby at 1st. Jason Ellis behind the plate as he was last night, and Zac Stott on the mound. The pitch to Giannotti is lined into right field in the gap for a base hit. Anderson cuts it off, and Giannotti picks up a leadoff single to start things off for the Angels. the league's most patient hitters, Nate Sutton, will step to the plate. Sutton, 362 on the season with a home run and 34 RBIs. 362 places him fifth in the league, behind Grant Richardson and Seth Smith, Billy Butler, and Eddie Solis of Idaho Falls at the top of that list. Here's the pitch. Sutton takes it inside, ball one. The ball bounces off the glove of catcher Jason Ellis, but not far enough away to allow Giannotti to reach second. Pretty decent crowd starting out here for a 6:05 doubleheader. Of course, an absolutely stunning night here in Provo, Utah. Late summer evening in the Wasatch Mountains. It's about 75 degrees all day long. As Stott throws over to first, Giannotti steps back in safely. Of course, look for Giannotti to run here as there's a new pitcher on the mound. Making his first Pioneer League start. Here's the pitch. Line to foul down the left field line and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Angels in their home whites with the single solitary blue pinstripe down the outside of the pant leg. Light blue lettering across their chest. Giannotti goes, the hit and run is on as Sutton slaps it down the left field line, but foul. And Sutton's behind the count now, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sutton from the left side of the plate. Very relaxed stance. The 1-2 misses inside, ball 2. And Giannotti stays put. I mentioned Sean Rodriguez in the on-deck circle and Josh LeBlanc getting a little bit of a show of confidence by Tom Kochman. It's been all over the order this year tonight, batting 4th. So Kochman certainly sees big things out of his second baseman who's been hitting the ball well. The pitch from Stott to Sutton misses inside and low, ball 3. Of course, this ball game tonight will be 7 innings. We'll have about a 20 to 25 minute break in between as the teams will go eat a quick meal, stretch out, relax a little bit, then come back out and play game 2. The 2-2 is fouled. 3-2 rather is fouled back to the screen. And the count remains full. Sutton steps back in. Stott looks over his shoulder. Giannotti runs. The hit and run is back on, and it's slapped into center field. Giannotti's going to round second base and head to third as that ball almost took off the head of the pitcher, Stott. And runners now at first and third for the Angels and no out. Back-to-back singles. Put runners in scoring position for Sean Rodriguez. Rodriguez, the MVP of the Pioneer League in 2004. 345 on the year, 10 home runs, 52 RBI, 9 stolen bases. He can do it all offensively. The pitch from Stott inside corner, strike 1. One point in time this year, Rodriguez was hitting .424, and then a very stupid director of media relations put a poll on the website asking what he would finish the season at, and he has struggled since. I apologize deeply for that error. Stott misses outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, runners at first and third. Angels threatening here with no out in the bottom of the first inning. Stott comes set the pitch. Misses down low, ball 2. Stott pitched for Dixie State Junior College in St. George. Stands at 6'5", 205 pounds, 21 years old. This is down low, ball 2, or ball 3 rather. 3 balls, 1 strike. No out, runners at first and third. Angels looking to load the bases for Joshua LeBlanc. Tonight is Kids Club Night, Future Angels Club Night. As any kid as a member gets in free, the runner goes as Sutton heads to second base, but ball 4 misses inside. And the bases are now loaded. So pitching coach Vern Rule will head out to talk to his young righty. But as I was mentioning, he was a product of the Dixie Rebels down in St. George, Utah. One of the premier junior college programs in the country. They play at Bruce Hurst Field, just right off of I-15 in southern Utah. As home plate umpire Brent Robeson will head out to break up the board meeting. Josh LeBlanc, he'll be followed by Tim Duff and Ben Johnson. Of course, ProvoAngels.com, your source for all the scores, highlights, and stats. Not to mention a chance to win $2,500 from minor league baseball for taking their fan survey. You can also see photos of construction on the Angels' new ballpark, Parkway Crossing Stadium, which is in the process of being built. Be finished for next year's season. Josh LeBlanc, the lefty, will step into the batter's box with bases loaded, hitting .307 on the year with 2 home runs and 24 RBIs. One of the league leaders in stolen bases at 15. Places him 4th in the league, and the ball sails over the head of the catcher. Giannotti will slide across home plate for the first run of the game. Nate Sutton will move over to third. Rodriguez up to second on the pass ball. So LeBlanc now has 2 runners in scoring position. 1 run already come across the board. Infield drawn in for the Mustangs. Here's the pitch. The 1-0 is swung on and missed. Strike 1. LeBlanc, who struggled in the first 3 weeks of the season, has really picked it up of late and has become a premier offensive weapon in the arsenal of Tom Kochman, which is what you expect out of a guy that's drafted in the 6th round. He's starting to show some of that maturity that the Angels organization liked from him out of college as he takes ball 2 outside. Very disciplined player at the plate. And while he's had his struggles defensively, has seen a marked improvement over the last month and a half. 2-1 bounces away from the catcher, but not far enough away to allow Sutton to break. He was standing in the sun and may have had a hard time seeing the ball. The count moves to 3-1. Nice job by Jason Ellis to hustle back and recover that. Three balls and 1 strike. No out, runners at second and third for Josh LeBlanc. Angels looking to jump on the Mustangs early here since the game is only a 7-inning affair. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 4, and that'll load the bases back up. So Stott struggling to throw strikes in the early parts of tonight's ball game. Bases now loaded again for Tim Duff. Duff, the game-winning hit a couple of nights ago against Great Falls, went 0 for 3, but did score a run in last night's contest. He takes strike 1 at the knees. No balls, 1 strike. Duff had some fans in the stands last night. About 5 or 6 people had Tim Duff signs, which was nice to see. The pitch is lifted into shallow center field. Cates will go back and battle with Sutton. Sutton tags from third and will slide across the plate safely. Nice job by Tim Duff to get the ball in the air and pick up a sacrifice fly and an RBI. And to bring Ben Johnson to the plate. Johnson 2 for 2 with 3 RBI. And keeps coming up with reasons for Tom Kochman to keep him in the lineup. Runners at first and second. Only 1 out. The Angels have already brought 2 runs across the board. Stott comes set. Johnson from the left side, the switch hitter. Back from the left against the right-handed Stott. He lines the ball into right field for a base hit. Rodriguez is going to be waved around. LeBlanc is going to hustle into third. And Johnson continues his torrid pace with an RBI single. So the Angels have Mustangs pitching figured out. As Johnson hits the ball squarely into right field, the speedy Rodriguez is able to score from second. LeBlanc hustles all the way around second and now stands at third base. And I know I've said this for the last 2 or 3 batters, but now the real star from last night's game offensively comes to the plate. 3 for 5, 2 doubles, a 3-run home run, 6 RBI on the evening as he takes ball 1 down and away. Walston having his best year offensively as a professional and is enjoying his time here in Provo. He's earned the starting position at first base and done a good job of producing. He lifts a high fly ball to center field. That'll be playable. Cates will make the catch. LeBlanc's going to tag and score. So Chris Walston gets the job done with another sacrifice fly to center field. Picks up another RBI. And the Angels now lead 4-0. So the number 8 hitter will come to the plate. Cliff Remley on the season, 265, a home run and 21 RBI. Remley, an 11th round pick out of Georgia Tech in this year's 2004 first year draft. The pitch misses outside and low, ball 1. Ben Johnson still at first base. As Stott comes set, here's the pitch. Popped up in the infield. Lawhorn calls everybody else off. Settles underneath it, and the side is retired. The Angels explode for 4 runs here in the bottom of the first. They lead 4-0 as we head to the top of the second inning. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Get back and get yours now.
14 runs last night, 4 runs in the bottom of the first tonight to start things off for the Angels as they are just taking care of the Billings Mustangs. We head to the top of the second. Phil Gentry, Bradley Key, and Jose Ronda will lead things off. Gentry, 310 on the year, 4 home runs, 28 RBI. It's 44 strikeouts, so certainly a potential strikeout victim as he tries to bunt his way on. He fouls it back to the screen, strike one. Crowd filling in here nicely. A good Saturday night activity for families in the area. The 0-1 is taken inside, ball one. Around the Pioneer League, Great Falls is visiting Ogden. Idaho Falls is at Missoula as the 1-1 misses inside and bounces all the way back to the screen. 2 balls and 1 strike. And Casper is visiting Helena. The delivery is lifted into center field at the gap. Giannotti will chase it down and make the catch in front of the wall. The speedy G-man makes the play, and there's one out here in the top of the second. G, as he's called in the clubhouse, tracks it down. Not as cool tonight as it has been on previous nights. However, it is cooler than it has been all season long. Bradley Key looks at ball one, outside and low. Key coming in tonight with a .250 average, 5 home runs and 39 RBI. It's his first at bat of the ball game. Delivery from Cordova catches the inside corner, strike one. Cordova working very quickly. He's a big guy. Stands at 6'4", 225 pounds. This is inside, ball two. He was signed this year as a free agent. And has been a very effective starter for the Angels. The pitch is lined right to Remily. He steps one step towards his right and gathers it in for the second out of the inning. Jose Ronda. Ronda last night played shortstop, went 1 for 4, and hit a blast over the right field wall. But in the 9th inning, when the Mustangs were down 14-1, he looks at ball one outside. Ronda, native of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Here's the 1-0, misses outside, ball two. Ronda will be followed by Jason Ellis and Travis Cates. Here's the pitch from Cordova. This is outside. Checked his swing. It did hold up. And the count is now 3-0. Ronda played one game with the Billings Mustangs last year as he looks at strike one, taking all the way on the outside corner. He was 2 for 3 with a walk on a stolen base as he swings it, fouls it down the right field line, but foul. And Cordova has battled back and pulled the count full after delivering 3 straight balls. Cordova gets set, starts his windup. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. The off-speed delivery crosses the plate at the knees. Ronda was headed towards first base, but is instead going towards the dugout for the third out of the inning. The Angels put down the Mustangs in order 1-2-3. We'll be back with the bottom of the second. Angels lead 4-0.
Christina Roberts, Brianne Goldberg, and Michael Roberts. The contestant who gets into her bags first will win a great prize from Outback and Jansport, makers of the hydration system. Are we ready, contestants? Get ready. Get set. Go. Congratulations, Brianne Over. She's won a great prize from Outback Family Adventure Store. And kids, don't forget to head on back to the McDonald's guest services booth. Get signed up to participate in the Carrabba's Chicken Dance and the 7-Day Experiment.
Mike Perdomo will get things started here in the bottom of the second inning as he looks at ball one, misses outside. Perdomo had the night off last night, but has been hot of late. Looks at ball two, high and tight, as the ball sails over the glove of catcher Jason Ellis. In his last 10 games, Perdomo has seen a power surge, rather. Last 10 games, 1 home run, 2 in his last 10. The pitch is grounded foul into the Mustangs dugout down the first base line, and the count is now 2-1. Of course, had a solo blast against Great Falls in the 6-5 loss on Thursday evening. Here's the pitch from Stott. Down low, ball 3. And Perdomo wearing a turtleneck again tonight. Apparently can't handle the 72-degree weather. But it is chilly. And he lifts one high and deep to left field. That is gone. A solo blast for Mike Perdomo, and his power surge continues. No doubt about that one. A line drive blast that cleared the wall in a hurry. And he is hot right now. It's Perdomo's 5th home run of the year. His 2nd in 3 nights, so he's doing something right. He should wear a turtleneck when it's 97 degrees out. Richard Giannotti steps to the plate with the Angels leading 5-0 now. He takes his strike on the outside corner. No balls, 1 strike, no out to Giannotti. The top of the order back to the plate as the Angels have already batted around. Takes the pitch down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch from Stott. Inside, high and tight again. It's a second brush back pitch. He's thrown to 2 batters. 2-1. Angels have already scored 5 runs on 4 hits. Also been helped by a couple of walks. The delivery to Giannotti's foul back to the screen. 2-2. The Angels play doubleheader tonight and have the day off tomorrow. And we'll play Billings again Monday night at 7:05 Eastern, 5:05 Mountain Time. The 2-2 to Giannotti misses down low, and he has worked the count full. Giannotti led the game off with a single, as 1-for-1 on the night. Singled and scored back in the first. Here's the pitch. The 3-2 is grounded to the second baseman. Longhorn picks it up and throws to first. Does just beat the speedy Giannotti. The Angels have their first out here in the bottom of the second. That'll bring Nate Sutton to the plate. Sutton also singled and scored back in the first. He's 1-for-1.
Now batting the third baseman, number 5, Nate Sutton.
Sure to see his .362 average climb. Here's the pitch from Stott. Inside and low, ball 1. I was incorrect earlier on in the game. I said this was his first Pioneer League start. He made one other on the 11th of August. As he misses up high and away, ball 2. But they don't have his statistics from that particular night. As he misses outside, ball 3. So Sutton's patience is paying off here. He has a 3-0 count. Stott, a 27th rounder last year. The 3-0 misses outside, ball 4. Brings Sean Rodriguez to the plate. Sutton earning a walk, reached base for the second time tonight. Shortstop Sean Rodriguez walked and scored back in the first one of the 4 the Angels put up in the bottom half of that inning. He looks at a ball high and away, 1-0. Some scores from around the Pioneer League will be brought to you here real soon. Of course, remind fans that September 8th, Deseret First Credit Union will give away $500 to one fan. As Stott takes it up high, or delivers it high to Rodriguez. 2 balls and no strikes. They'll be giving away a $500 CD to one fan that walks through the door. So for $6, you got a chance to win $500. I like those odds, especially when there's only room for 2,500 people here. 2 balls, no strike, 1 out. Nate Sutton stands at first. Sean Rodriguez in the batter's box. Josh LeBlanc in the on-deck circle. Zac Stott struggling on the mound tonight as he misses down low, ball 3. He's already walked 2. And given up 4 hits, including a solo blast by Mike Perdomo. Pitch misses outside, ball 4, and Sutton will head to second. Rodriguez to first with the second walk of the night. Rodriguez starting to show better patience at the plate. Now has 45 walks on the season, has 53 strikeouts. The Angels would like to see those 2 numbers get closer together. Vern Rule will once again walk out to the pitcher's mound. We're going to take a brief pause and return. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. Once again threatening here in the bottom of the second. They've already put 1 on the board. They have runners at first and second, and Josh LeBlanc stepping to the plate. Sutton stands at second base. Sean Rodriguez at first. Here's the pitch from Stott. Misses outside and low, ball 1. LeBlanc walked in, scored back in the first, one of the 4 that the Angels brought home. And has yet to pick up an official at bat here in the game. The pitch from Stott. Again, same spot. This is down and low, ball 2. So the Angels spotting Francisco Cordova, an early lead. And pretty good size one at that. Stott looks over his shoulder. Here's the pitch. Down low, ball 3. And he's in danger of walking the bases loaded. 34, Luis Noriega has run from the dugout to the bullpen. It looks like he's going to get warming up as Stott catches the inside corner. Questionable call, but LeBlanc is still in the batter's box with a 3-1 count. LeBlanc, another guy who the Angels would like to see increase his strikeout to walk ratio as he looks at strike 2. Evening the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runners will be going. And instead they stand still, and LeBlanc looks at ball 4. Pitch that was in the same location as the last strike. Whatever. So 3 consecutive walks have loaded the bases. Tim Duff comes to the plate. Duff had a sacrifice fly back in the first, and an RBI. Stott back working from the windup, and the pitch is lifted high into right field. Going back to the wall is Anderson. He's going to bounce off the Legends Grill sign. The runners had to hold up, and Duff is caught in between no man's land. They had to hold themselves up because Anderson looked like he was going to catch it. But instead it bounces off the wall. Sutton scores. Rodriguez moves over to third. LeBlanc to second, and Duff has an RBI single, his second RBI of the night. Angels now lead 7-0. 6-0, excuse me, I counted my numbers wrong. So Johnson will step to the plate. He had an RBI single back in the first, in his first at bat. Stott again with the bases loaded, and Johnson lets a little blooper into right field. That is going to fall for a base hit. And the Angels will go base to base as Rodriguez comes across to score. LeBlanc moves over to third, Duff to second, and Johnson has his second hit and second RBI of the night. And now the Angels lead 7-0. Walston steps to the plate with the bases loaded. He had an RBI sac fly back in the first. Pitch from Stott. Curveball that catches the outside corner, strike 1. Angels may want to save a couple of these runs, as they do have 2 games to play tonight. Here's the 0-1. He takes the pitch, belt high, strike 2. Walston asking home plate umpire Brett Robeson where that pitch was. Here's the 0-2. Misses outside and low ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Walston 6'6". He's now joined by 6'7" Jason Corbett, the new pitcher from Mason. Stands at 6'7", 250 pounds, so a big boy coming out of the bullpen for the Angels as Walston takes it outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, bases loaded. Angels lead 7-0. Would like to add to that here in the bottom of the second. Stott starts his windup, the pitch. Walston swings and misses. He chases a pitch out of the strike zone. Strike 3. So I'll bring Cliff Remley to the plate. Remley popped up to the second baseman, and his first at bat is 0 for 1. Remley would like to add to his RBI total. Comes into the game with 21. Takes the pitch inside, ball 1. Stott working from the windup, comes set, delivers, and Remley lines the ball. Nice play by third baseman Bradley Key. He goes to second base for the force. He robs Remley of a hit. And the inning is over. However, the Angels put 3 more on the board. They now lead by a touchdown and an extra point. 7-0 heading to the top of the third. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
fans, make sure to come here for the Provo Angels home playoff game on Wednesday, September 8th, when Love Sack will be giving away a new Love Sack to one lucky fan. And after that, please welcome tonight's Provo area press box second game, Tyler Wells. Tyler will spend the third inning under the press box. Learn the rules of the baseball media business. If you would like to sign up to the press box second game, just stop by the front desk of the Provo Mariners.
So leading off for the Billings Mustangs in the top of the third will be Jason Ellis. Tried to reverse the fortunes of the Ponies. They trail 7-0 here in game one of a doubleheader at Larry H. Miller Field. Francisco Cordova still on the hill for the Angels as he delivers a strike knee high to Ellis. Ellis, the Mustangs catcher last night, was 0 for 4 as he takes the pitch inside ball 1. Batting .235 on the season, 3 home runs and 12 RBIs. He looks at ball 2. And the Angels trying to keep the Mustangs off the board through the third inning. Cordova delivers down low, ball 3. And that'll be a 3-1 count to the catcher, Jason Ellis. Here's the pitch. Lifted foul towards the first base side and out of play, and the count is now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no out to leadoff man Jason Ellis here in the top of the third. The Angels on top 7-0. Here's the pitch from Cordova. Fouled back over my head. And the count remains at 3-2. On the scoreboard around the Pioneer League, Cordova delivers an off-speed pitch, pulls the string. Ellis swings and misses. 4 strike 1. For out number 1, rather. That's the second strikeout of the night for Cordova. On the scoreboard around the league, no scores have been posted, so we'll still wait to see what the rest of the league is up to later on. Here's the pitch from Cordova to Travis Cates. Misses. Catches the outside corner, strike 1. Cates 182 on the season. Grounds the ball past the diving Cliff Remley and on into right field. So the first hit of the night for the Billings Mustangs comes from the 9 spot. And that'll bring the top of the order back up in Drew Anderson. Anderson walked back in the first, was caught stealing. Anderson will step into the left side of the batter's box. Big lead at first for Travis Cates. Cordova comes set and delivers down low. Nice job by Duff to keep it in front. Counts now 1-0. Sure to call the Provo Angels at 801-377-BALL to secure your Provo Angels playoff tickets. Playoffs start September 7th, and we open on the road will be home September 8th as Cordova catches the outside corner, strike 2. Cordova comes set. Here's the pitch. Line foul. And the count remains 1-2. Karl Gelinas in the on-deck circle. It'll be followed by Trevor Lawhorn. The pitch outside. Ball 2. Angels defense rather shifted over towards the left. Giannotti about 20 feet towards left field. And a swing and a miss. Again, a nice off-speed pitch by Cordova, and Anderson goes down swinging for the second out of the inning, and a third strikeout of the night for the Mexican. Gelinas walked and reached second base back in the first, but never got any further as he looks at ball 1. Gelinas selected in the 5th round of this year's draft. Of course, a former Owl of Rice University takes a strike on the outside corner. So an NCAA champion in our midst as they won the College World Series last year in 2003. The pitch from Cordova catches the inside corner, strike 2. So Cordova being able to paint those corners effectively here tonight, already recording 3 strikeouts, and it almost got number 4 as Gelinas checked his swing, bounced the ball foul back to the screen, just did barely get a piece. So the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. To Karl Gelinas. The curveball misses inside, never does break across the plate. And the count's now 2-2. 2 out. Top of 3. Angels lead 7-0. 1 runner on for the Mustangs. Inside, the ball catches the belt clip of Gelinas, and he'll head to first, hit by pitch. Gelinas tried to dance out of the way, but to no avail. Trevor Lawhorn will step to the plate. He hits the ball hard, but right at Sean Rodriguez back in the first inning. Cordova comes set. Here's the pitch. Fastball right over the heart, strike 1. Angels looking to move to 21-8 on the season. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And to maintain this momentum as they head into the playoffs for the season, they would have a record of 40-26. Would like to go to 41-26 after tonight's first game. Pitch from Cordova, line back up the middle, past the reach of Josh LeBlanc. The runner's going to be sent home. Giannotti's not even going to throw. And the Mustangs are finally on the board. They now trail 7-1 as Travis Cates comes around to score from second. Karl Gelinas moves up to second base on the play, and Longhorn has an RBI single. That'll bring Bobby Mosby to the plate. Mosby popped up to Nate Sutton in foul territory at his first at bat. He swings and misses at an off-speed pitch, strike 1. Mosby standing from the right side of the plate, socks high as is the tradition for the Billings Mustangs. A snap throw down to second, just barely did miss getting Gelinas as he slides back in. Another beautiful throw from Tim Duff. You'd think the Billings Mustangs would have learned their lessons last night, but apparently want to continue to challenge the arms of Angels catchers. Here's the 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3 as Duff holds on to the foul tip. The Mustangs pick up a run. They still trail 7-1 as we head to the bottom of the third. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
It's now time to play Farmer Brothers Auto Group. Throw for the dough. Tonight's contestant is Mike Hartzell. If Mike can throw 1 out of 3 baseballs through the hole in that Farmer Brothers Auto Group board, he will win $50. Let's see if he can win himself some dough, or if he'll end up saying, don't! Your 2004 Souvenir Program for your chance to win the MBE Sports Lucky Ad Contest coming up in the next game. We've had a Gideon call wireless call to the bullpen. Now on the mound for the Mustangs is number 34, Luis Noriega. Remember, Gideon call at 27 West Center Street in Provo. Serving all of your wireless needs.
Mike Perdomo to lead things off here in the bottom of the third, as he did back in the bottom of the second. Perdomo blasted a shot to left center field. They cleared the wall in a hurry for a solo shot. A new pitcher on the mound for the Billings Mustangs, Luis Noriega, free agent from the Sucre, Venezuela, as Perdomo swings and misses strike 1. So the line for Zac Stott, not good. 7 runs on 6 hits, only 2 innings. Does pick up 1 strikeout as Perdomo takes the ball outside. 1-1. It was roughed up in his second Pioneer League start. Here's the pitch, the 1-1. Says it catches the corner by the home plate umpire. Questionable call once again, but the count is now 1-2. 1 for 1 with an RBI and a home run. Here's the pitch. Curveball curves over the heart of the plate. Fools Perdomo, and he goes down looking for the first out of the inning. And Richard Giannotti, 1 for 2 on the night, steps to the plate. Giannotti seeing his 3rd plate appearance in 3 innings. The pitch from Noriega. Giannotti upset at himself as he tried to check his swing, was fooled by the pitch. And the count is 0-1. A decent crowd to start things off, and more people to come as we head into this normal start time of a game. Popped up to the right side. The catcher, Jason Ellis, will handle it with ease. And there's 2 down. That'll bring up Nate Sutton. Sutton has walked and singled. Singled back in the first and walked in the second. Came around to score both times. Is 1 for 1 on the night. Noriega working from the windup. Delivers a strike on the outside corner. Of course, the thing that hurt Stott in this particular start was the fact that he walked 5 Provo Angels batters. They struggled through getting balls in the strike zone as Sutton takes ball 1 down and away. Here's the 1-1 inside, ball 2. Kent against the lineup as potent as the Provo Angels, top to bottom, these guys can all hit the ball. You can't give them runners to work with and put them in scoring position as Noriega misses down low, ball 3. You look at tonight's lineup and there's certainly an edge towards speed as well, with Giannotti at the top and Perdomo at the bottom. Rodriguez and LeBlanc batting 3-4 as Sutton fouls the pitch off the catcher's mask. And the count moves to 3-2. Even the 2 slower players in the lineup, Tim Duff and Ben Johnson, and I only say that because their catchers typically don't run as well as field position players, but they are quick. They've got a couple of stolen bases. They can get around and they know how to run the bases. Here's the 3-2 from Noriega, grounded back up the middle. Yanish makes a nice play and throws on to first for the out. The Angels go down in order, do not add to their lead. They'll head to the top of the 4th with a 7-1 lead. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsShoes.com. Underway here in Provo. The Angels lead 7-1 heading into the top of the 4th. We're midway through this game. A 7-inning affair as we'll play 2 tonight. Philip Gentry takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. Gentry 0 for 1 on the night. He popped up to center fielder Richard Giannotti back in the 2nd inning. Pitch misses up high, ball 2, and the count is now 2-0. Delivery from Cordova, grounded over the head of Cliff Remley on into left or right field. Johnson will come up with it quickly, relay on to Josh LeBlanc. And Gentry leads things off with a single here in the 4th. Gentry to be followed by Bradley Keith, third base, and the designated hitter, Jose Ronda. He steps in and looks at a strike that catches the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Key from the right side of the plate. Native of Evans, Georgia. Looks at ball one, low and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 runner on for the Mustangs. They only have 1 run across the board and trail 7-1 as we are in the top of the 4th. Here's the pitch. The runner goes. It's grounded to the third baseman, Nate Sun. He'll have only 1 play across the diamond to Remley at first. So Gentry moves over on the attempted hit and run. Key is retired, 5-4, 5-3. I just have some dyslexia issue. And Willie Joe Ronda, as he's called. Jose officially will step to the plate. Jose 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Went down looking back in the second. The pitch from Cordova just a bit inside, ball 1. SportsJuice.com, this service brought to you by the Takis family of Pacific Palisades, California. Good fans of the Provo Angels as Cordova misses the corner, ball 2. Runner at second base for the Mustangs. They trail 7-1. And need to get things going on here. Cordova comes set. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. And Ronda will head to first. So runners at first and second now. Ellis, the catcher, coming to the plate. He's struck out. His first at bat, and Zeke Zimmerman's going to take a walk out to the mound. We're going to take a brief pause. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. Jason Ellis comes to the plate. Ellis 0 for 1 with a strikeout. 1 runner on first, another runner at second. And the Mustangs would like to chip into this 7-1 lead. Ellis looks at a pitch that catches the outside corner, strike 1. Fans, let me know if you have lost connection. It still shows that I'm connected here, but please let me know if you're not hearing anything, or if you had lost connection at some point in time as Ellis fouls the pitch back. No balls and 2 strikes. I guess it'd be kind of hard that if you've lost connection to be able to email me, but if you're still connected and everything's been fine, email me. How about that? No balls and 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 runners on. Cordova looks in, trying to prevent the Billings team from adding any more runs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He checks his swing. And the field umpire, Clinton Lawson, said he did not go around. So the count now moves to 1-2. Cordova set, looks over his shoulder, kicks and delivers. The pitch is foul tipped. Duff is unable to hold on, and the count remains at 1-2. Please, you let me know if the connection is working just fine. Cordova comes set, the pitch swung and fouled back to the screen. So Ellis giving a fight here. He would like to see the top of the order come back up. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 runners on for the Mustangs. They trail by 6, 7-1 here in the top of the 4th. The pitch is swung on and missed. The pitch was well out of the strike zone, but great movement on that pitch fooled Ellis. And he goes down swinging for the second time tonight. Travis Cates will come to the plate. He singled and scored back in his first at bat back in the 3rd. So the only run on the board, courtesy of Cates. steps in on the right side. Cordova comes set again from the stretch position and delivers a ball down low. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 out. As Cordova misses the corner. Ball 1. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Again, this dyslexia thing is really getting to be a problem, and this time Cordova does catch the corner. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count now. Looks in, gets his sign, comes set, kicks in, the pitch on the way, swing, big looping swing and a miss by Cates as he chased a curveball. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 runners on. Here in the top of the 4th, the Mustangs trying to stay alive. They trail 7-1. The pitch on the way from Cordova, grounded to the third base side. Sutton will take it in fair territory, and instead, Brett Robeson says no, the ball was foul. It just did miss catching the inside part of the bag. And the count remains at 2-2. So Cordova waits on the side of the mound for Cates to brush his bat off and come back to the batter's box. Again, the reset, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, top of 4th inning, 2 runners on for the Mustangs. They try to chip away at a 7-1 lead. Here's the pitch from Cordova, lined to Josh LeBlanc. He can't play the short hop. It rolls into right field. Ben Johnson will come up throwing the throw home. It's going to be cut off by the pitcher. They have the runner at third. Nice job by Johnson to hit the cutoff man. And the Mustangs do pick up a run. However, Roda is cut down trying to stretch it into runners at first and third on the play. So after 3.5, the Angels lead 7-2. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. Rodriguez looks at strike 1 as it crosses the plate belt high as he leads things off here in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch from Noriega misses inside for ball 1. Rodriguez has walked twice and scored twice as he looks to get his average back up above 350. Here's the pitch from Noriega. Misses outside, ball 2. Rodriguez, along with Andrew Toussaint and Mitch Arnold, named to the All-Star team in 2004. Tim Duff was named honorable mention. As Rodriguez looks at ball 3, and the count moves to 3-1. Noriega on the year is 3-3, 5.84 ERA, 35 walks, 33 strikeouts. And the ball sails 4 feet behind Sean Rodriguez. And all of a sudden you hear a spattering of Bob Uecker impersonations of just a bit outside. So Rodriguez will head to first with his 3rd walk of the night. And Josh LeBlanc will step to the plate. LeBlanc has also walked twice and scored back in the first. So LeBlanc from the left side of the plate. But I was mentioning Noriega. Opponents are only hitting .254 against him, but when you walk more guys than you strike out. Diving play by Mosby to rob LeBlanc of a hit. He'll flip to the pitcher Noriega covering. Rodriguez will move over to second on the play. Great athleticism from the first baseman Bobby Mosby as he dove towards second base to rob LeBlanc of a hit. So Duffman will step to the plate. Duff has a sacrifice fly and an RBI back in the first and an RBI single in the second. Just did miss having a grand slam home run as it bounced off the wall. The pitch from Noriega misses outside, ball 1. As I mentioned, was named to the honorable mention member of the All-Star team as a catcher for the Provo Angels in the first half of the season. Duff 287 on the year. And has his fair share of game-winning hits. Here's the pitch from Noriega. Misses down low, ball 2. It's a point that I harp on, but one that I think is very important as far as the Provo Angels is concerned is when you have guys, some of them play a lot, some of them don't, some of them get platoon, some of them spot start, some of them have to come in the 7th inning. But you've got a team full of guys that do their jobs as Duff lifts a fly ball down the left field line into foul territory. And the ball bounces into fair territory off the glove of Paul Yanish. And the ball sails over the head as they tried to throw the ball around. They didn't know the ball was still live. So Rodriguez is going to hustle all the way home and score. He flies under the tag of catcher Jason Ellis. And now Duff stands at third. So we'll find out from the official score what that'll be. Looks like it'll be a base hit with an error on Yanish. Duff stands at third base right now. A little blooper down the left field line. Started to go into foul territory, then drifted back into fair. Bounced off the glove of Yanish. And there still is yet a determination as to what that play was. So it's going to be a base hit with a throwing error, two-base throwing error on shortstop Paul Yanish. And that'll bring Ben Johnson to the plate, who has a pair of singles and a couple of RBI. And Noriega belts him on the elbow, so Johnson will head to first. It'll allow the Mustangs defense to go back to normal depth. So runners at first and third now for the Angels. Tim Duff is at third, Ben Johnson at first. Chris Walston steps to the plate. The designated hitter has a sacrifice fly for an RBI back in the first and struck out swinging in the second. The pitch from Noriega catches the outside corner, strike 1. So no balls, 1 strike, 1 out to Walston. Runners at first and third. The Angels have brought one back across the board. They now lead 8-2. The pitch is swung on and missed by Walston. Strike 2. trying to avoid striking out for the second time tonight. Steps back in. He also has the turtleneck on tonight. Here's the pitch from Noriega. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 as he drops his head a little frustrated. He chased the pitch that is out of the strike zone for the second out of the inning. Emily will step to the plate 0 for 2 on the night for Cliff. He's popped up to the second baseman and grounded into a fielder's choice to end the inning back in the second. So Emily steps in, batting from the left side of the plate. Noriega comes set and delivers. The pitch misses outside as Ellis comes up looking to throw. No one going anywhere. Ben Johnson at first, Tim Duff at third. The Angels have scored 1 here in the bottom of the fourth. They have 2 outs and they lead 8-2. Mike Perdomo waiting in the on-deck circle. Very good crowd here tonight. Lots of kids around. Makes it fun for both those of us in the front office as well as the players to play in front of crowds, as the pitch from Noriega misses up high, and the count is now 2-0. Johnson taking a cautious lead at first. Tim Duff a few steps off the bag at third. The outfield is not playing the lines, and the ball is grounded to the second baseman, Lawhorn. He will step and fire to first, and the side is retired. The Angels do, however, manage to pick up another run thanks to the heads-up base running of Sean Rodriguez and Tim Duff. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Here we go with the Carrabba's Chicken and Marsala.
Set to head to the top of the fifth. The night for Francisco Cordova is over. He went 4 complete innings, allowed 2 runs on 4 hits, and 1 error for the Provo Angels in his, no errors, 1 error for the Billings Mustangs, rather. Bill Edwards will come to the mound. Edwards 5-1, one of the league leaders in wins with 5, a 3.06 ERA, and he delivers a strike on his first pitch to Drew Anderson. Anderson 0 for 1 tonight, walked and was caught stealing back in the first and struck out in the third. Here's the 0-1 from Edwards, down low, ball 1. Edwards 11 walks, 19 strikeouts. Opponents are only hitting .220 against him as the lanky right-hander from Tennessee throws very hard, a product of the University of Memphis. Anderson fouls the pitch back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 from Edwards down low. 2-2. Mustangs trail 8-2. We're in the top of the fifth of a 7-inning game. We're going to play 2 here tonight in Provo. As Edwards delivers a curveball that catches the corner for strike 3. So Anderson strikes out for the second time tonight. And that's Edwards' first of the evening. Cordova, 4 innings, 5 strikeouts. As he made an effective start for the Angels, Karl Gelinas steps to the plate, has walked back in the first, and was hit by a pitch in the third. The delivery from Edwards is swung on and missed. Gelinas tried to hold up as he didn't like the offering, but could not, and the count now is 1-1. Good to hear that everything is working fine for the listeners in Sports Juice Land. Here's the 1-1, a fastball fired by Gelinas. Strike 2, Edwards, a very deceptive pitcher, great speed, but doesn't look like he would be able to fire it past you, as he now pulls the string on a curveball, and he's mixing it up well for his second strikeout of the inning. That'll bring Trevor Lawhorn to the plate. Second baseman lined out to Rodriguez back in the first and had an RBI single in the third. 1 for 2 with an RBI. Tonight he grounds the ball to Nate Sutton at third base, but foul. And the count is 0-1. Lawhorn, native of Wilmington, North Carolina, played his ball for the Pirates of East Carolina University. Here's the pitch from Edwards down low for ball 1. Edwards folks are in town, or were in town recently. Don't see them in the stands, but I'm sure they're still here. If they're not, I hope they're listening in as Edwards misses inside, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ground ball back up the middle. LeBlanc dives, but cannot make the play as the ball rolls into center field. And Lawhorn has his second base hit of the night. Is now 2 for 3. First baseman Bobby Mosby, 0 for 2. A pop-up to Nate Sutton at third in foul territory and a strikeout back in the third. Steps to the plate against Edwards. Edwards comes set at the belt, kicks, and delivers. The pitch is grounded to the shortstop, Sean Rodriguez. Takes a weird hop. He stays with it and throws to first. Nice play by the athletic Rodriguez to stick with it. We head to the bottom of the fifth. The Angels lead 8-2. You're listening to Pioneer League Baseball, Provo Angels on SportsJuice.com.
Charlie, our local mascot, may at some point start at one of the bases or out in left field, and then we'll race all the way home. Whoever reaches home plate first will win a great prize from our friends at Mustangs. Are we ready, Chris? On your mark, get set, go! And here goes Chris Naylor. Taking down toward first base. Where they will be giving out free massages and balloons. Stop by and see how they can help you stay healthy and pain-free. Remember their motto, service, love, yield. Leading off the left fielder, number 29, Mike Perdomo.
Perdomo, Giannotti, and Nate Sutton to lead things off here in the bottom of the fifth. The delivery from Noriega once again high and tight to Perdomo. Perdomo looking a little irked as he backs out of the batter's box. One ball, no strikes. Perdomo tries to catch up with a fastball. Cannot. Strike one. Perdomo 1 for 2 on the night with a solo blast in the second. He struck out looking back in the third. Luis Noriega still throwing for the Mustangs. Here's the pitch. Catches the corner. Strike two. The Angels lead 8-2. 8 runs on 7 hits and no errors defensively for the Angels. 2 runs, 5 hits, and 1 error for the Ponies. The pitch, the curveball, swung on and missed, strike three. So Perdomo goes down on strikes for the second time. And Richard Giannotti will come to the plate. Giannotti's 1 for 3. Has batted in every inning except for the fourth. He singled and scored back in the first. Grounded out to the second baseman in the second and popped up to the catcher in foul territory in the third. The pitch from Noriega drifts inside too far, and the count is 1-0. Giannotti, Sutton, and then Rodriguez to follow as Giannotti takes strike one on the outside corner. Tonight we will do the Major League scores at the beginning of Game 2, just to keep up with what we normally do as far as time is concerned. Giannotti swings and misses, strike one. We have an early score in Ogden as the Raptors have jumped out to a lead over the White Sox, 3-1. Missoula on top of Idaho Falls, 2-0, as they are in the top of the second. And the pitch from Noriega grounded softly to the first base side. Mosby had broke towards second base to field the grounder and was caught in no man's land, so Noriega takes it himself and tags Giannotti.
Now batting third baseman number 5, Nate Sutton.
And that'll bring Nate Sutton to the plate. Sutton 1 for 2, singled and scored in the first, walked and scored in the second, and grounded out to the shortstop in the third. The pitch from Noriega. Take it inside, low ball one. So Ogden trying to make a late season push for the playoffs. Probably too late to catch the Angels as they stand 7 games back at the beginning of the night, but still certainly capable of catching the Chuckers of Idaho Falls. Sutton pops it up into center field, and Cates will settle underneath it for the third out. So the Angels, for the second time tonight, go down in order. We're going to take a pause, and we'll be back with the top of the sixth. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Hey, man, take out your tickets. These tickets have great prizes and also your chance to win. Deseret First Credit Union is giving away a trip to Disneyland. And this homestand is your last chance to enter. Bring your tickets, though, for tonight's ballgame to the Deseret First Credit Union at 337 North State Street in Aurora. The winning family will be selected Wednesday, September 8th at the Provo Angels home playoff game. Also that night, Deseret First will be giving away $500 in cash. Call 226-0900 for more details. And also, check your ticket box for a coupon to order from the Sarah Park Pool. good for one free child admission with every state adult. Please head on over to Orem City's Sarah Park Pool, where you can meet that summer heat.
Bill Edwards back on the hill in the 6th inning for the Angels, facing off against Philip Gentry. Gentry singled and scored back in the 4th and flew out to the center fielder in the 2nd. Is 1 for 2 on the night. Edwards delivers a strike over the outside corner, strike 1. Edwards comes setting a line drive towards second base. LeBlanc plays it on the short hop. The high throw pulls Remley off the bag. Nice job by Remley to pull it down and to keep it from sailing into the Mustangs dugout. And LeBlanc will be charged with an E4. So I would think, but is instead granted a hit to Philip Gentry. And he's now 2 for 3 on the night. The pitch from Edwards to Bradley Key over the inside corner, strike 1. Apparently the official score felt that Gentry had beat out the play anyway. LeBlanc had made a nice job knocking that ball down. Just could not throw it in time. The pitch, the 0-1 from Edwards, misses outside, ball 1. Angels lead 8-2. We're in the top of the 6th inning of a doubleheader. 2 7-inning games being played tonight at Miller Field. Absolutely gorgeous night to do it. Edwards delivers a curveball, strike 2, as Key swings and misses. One ball, 2 strikes, no out. Top of the 6th inning. Angels looking to hold off the Mustangs. They lead 8-2. Only 6 more outs for the Mustangs here in tonight's game 1. Pitch outside and low for ball 2. Evens the count. 2 apiece, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Edwards set. Here's the pitch. Swinging a little bloop into shallow center field. Giannotti's going to give chase and make the catch. For the first out of the inning. Gentry will head back to first. That'll bring Jose Ronda to the plate. Apparently, he likes to be called Willie Joe because that's what the PA announcer is calling him. Ronda on the night. Struck out is 1 for 2. And looks at ball 1 down low. Edwards comes set. The pitch on the way, swinging a weak ground ball down towards the Billings Mustangs dugout. And the count is 1-1. Edwards set. Here's the pitch, misses outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Willie Joe and or Jose Ronda at the plate. The pitch lifted down the left field line, curving foul. Lands on the batting cages beyond the Angels bullpen. And the count is 2-2. Philip Gentry at first. And what? Edwards pitches a beautiful curveball that catches the outside corner. Catches Ronda sleeping for strike 3. And Jason Ellis will come to the plate. Ellis, a victim of 2 strikeouts, both by Francisco Cordova. Is certainly happy to see the hefty Mexican out of the game. Cordova pitched a great game on line for the win here in the 7-inning game. If the Angels can hold on, he'll move to 3-4 on the season. The pitch from Edwards is grounded to Sutton at third. He'll go to second for the force out, and the Angels escape the inning without allowing any more runs. We head to the bottom of the 6th. The Angels on top, 8-2. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. Angels as we head into the bottom of the 6th. Sean Rodriguez coming to the plate. Rodriguez has come to the plate 3 times and walked all 3 times as Luis Noriega delivers a curveball in the outside corner, strike 1. Here's the pitch. Noriega delivers another curveball, and this time Rodriguez swings and misses, strike 2. Rodriguez has walked all 3 times and scored all 3 times. Angels on top 8-2 in what may be their last at-bat of this game. The pitch sails away from Noriega, just about catches Rodriguez on the helmet. Ball 1. Rodriguez, LeBlanc, and Duff due up here in the bottom half of the 6th. Angels looking to put away the Mustangs and get ready for game number 2, which will start approximately 25 minutes after the end of game 1. Here's the pitch from Noriega. Another curveball that misses inside this time, ball 2. So Noriega has yet to throw a fastball to Rodriguez. I'm sure he's well aware of Rodriguez's 10 home runs and 52 RBI. Not wanting to add to that total. Here's the pitch, the 2-2. Just fouled back to the screen as Rodriguez barely gets a piece of Noriega's 5th straight off-speed delivery. Angels fans remember, playoffs start here at home September 8th against a yet-to-be-determined opponent. As the Angels will look to once again win the Southern Division and move on to the championship round of the Pioneer League. The pitch from Noriega drifts outside, ball 3. So after being down 0-2, Rodriguez has battled back and gets the count in his favor to lead things off here in the bottom of the 6th. Noriega looks, comes set, starts his windup, and here's the pitch. Swung and fouled back to the screen. As it barely caught the cable running from post to post behind the backstop, protecting fans in the seats right behind home plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Noriega working from the windup, comes set. Here's the pitch. Misses outside, ball 4. And so Rodriguez will see his on-base percentage increase tonight. Will not see his batting average, as he has yet to record an official at-bat. Walked 4 times in 4 appearances. Josh LeBlanc will come to the plate. LeBlanc has walked twice and grounded out to the pitcher. He's 0 for 1 on the night. Pitch is swung on and missed, strike 1 as ball bounces away from Ellis behind home plate. Nice recovery to prevent Rodriguez from scampering to second. Karl Gelinas will be on the mound for the Angels in Game 2. As LeBlanc again swings at a curveball, strike 2. On the hill for the Billings Mustangs in Game 2 will be Tyler Pelland, as once again Rodriguez is back in at first base as Noriega threw a pickoff move. No balls, 2 strikes, no out. Here in the bottom of the 6th, the 0-2 delivery misses outside, 1-2. Tyler Pelland is the Mustangs ace, 8-2 on the season with a 3.46 ERA. He's tied for first in the league, and the ball is lifted into left field, a line drive. However, Philip Gentry tracks it down for the first out of the inning. LeBlanc hits the ball hard to the opposite field, but is retired for the first out. 1 down. That'll bring Tim Duff to the plate. Duff a pair of singles and an RBI back in the 2nd. Of course, he hit that little blooper that fell off the glove of shortstop Paul Yanish back in the 4th. And then Yanish overthrew everybody as he was trying to make a spectacular play, allowing Rodriguez to score on that play. Duff takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. And steps back in, ready to go. Duff hitting with a sand bat. You can always tell because they're more lacquered up than the Louisville Sluggers or the Zinger X bats that the Angels use. The pitch from Noriega swung on and missed, strike 1. So 1's across the board, 1 runner on. The Angels look to extend their 8-2 lead. 8 runs on 7 hits and no errors for the boys from Provo. 2 runs on 6 hits and 1 error for the Ponies of Billings. The pitch from Noriega misses down low, ball 2. Catch all Angels games, both home and away, here on SportsJuice.com. I will be on the road in Casper and Ogden with the team. We'll leave Wednesday night for a 3-game set Thursday, Friday, and Saturday next week with the Rockies before playing 2 Sunday and Monday at Ogden. And then we'll be on the road on September 7th to open up the playoffs. So be sure to tune into SportsJuice.com for all of your Angels baseball. Rodriguez takes a huge lead off of first. Looked like he was going towards second. The pitch from Noriega misses down low, ball 3. Angels battling to win the regular season title outright. We won the first half division or the first half title, and we're up 6 games in the second half as Duck swings and misses, strike 2. If we can win this second half, that'll be 7 of 8 halves that Tom Kochman has won since coming to Provo in 2001. An impressive record for an impressive manager. Here's the 3-2. This is outside, ball 4. Duff will toss his bat towards the dugout. Rodriguez will head towards second. And that'll bring Ben Johnson to the plate. Johnson, a pair of RBI singles in the first and the second inning, and was hit by a pitch in the fourth. And Jason Ellis will run out to visit with his pitcher, make sure they're on the same page. Mustangs really struggling here offensively. Last night, Angels pitchers scattered 8 hits through 9 innings. They were held hitless through the first 5. Have only picked up 6 here tonight and managed just 2 runs. Johnson steps into the batter's box, 1 out, still batting from the left side, is yet to see the need to be turned around. There have been no lefty pitchers, and he chases a pitch that drifts inside for strike 1. Ben getting a couple of cheers here, has become a fan favorite in Provo, Utah. As the only professional team in town, these guys are seen as quasi-celebrities, and he rips one down the right field line, but way out in front as it curves foul. And I pray that it did not break the new window that I just got on my car. After a year of driving with a broken window, I finally got it replaced today. So, no balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. 2 runners on for the Angels. They sport an 8-2 lead as Ben went and got a new bat. It looks like he broke his old one. You see the guys that have contributed of late, guys like Josh LeBlanc, Ben Johnson, Chris Walston, Cliff Remily. Those guys have been out here early on multiple days taking batting practice. Michael Hughes has been out here a couple times this week taking early BP. You like to see that professionalism, guys that want to improve, and rather than sleep in. Sean Rodriguez, another one that has come here early multiple times. In fact, I can't think of a guy, they don't come all at the same time, but I can't think of a guy in the roster who hasn't been here at some point in time this season early to work on BP. And that's a good sign. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ben Johnson. 1 out, and the pitch from Noriega misses outside, ball 2. And that's one of the reasons you see the Angels move from a team that was a 500 ball club, 20-18 at the end of the first half of the season, and now sport the best record in the Pioneer League with a 40-26 mark. Won 20 of their last 28 games. Here's the pitch from Noriega. Catches Johnson on the elbows. He really didn't make an attempt to get out of the way at that. But you like to see that toughness as he's willing to take one for the team. And bases are now chucked for Chris Walston. With Sean Rodriguez at third, Tim Duff at second, and Ben Johnson at first. Fans would love to see a big blast here from Walston. 1 out, bases loaded, the pitch, and Walston, who stands at 6'6", has to duck out of the way of that one as he squats down low. If a guy that stands 6'6" has to duck out of the way of a ball, that's kind of out of the strike zone. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 out, bases loaded for the Angels here in the bottom of the 6th, looking to add to an 8-2 lead. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Off-balance attempt by Walston, and a pitch that seemed to be out of the strike zone. 1-1 the count. Cliff Remley in the on-deck circle. He'll be followed by Mike Perdomo, should the situation arise. Noriega looking in for his sign. Comes set at the belt. Kicks and the pitch on the way. Again, Walton has to duck out of the way. The ball bounces away from the catcher. Rodriguez is going to slide in at home underneath the tag of Luis Noriega. He is complaining, saying he had the plate blocked. But he did have the plate blocked. He did not apply the tag in time. And runners move up a pair. Rodriguez scores. Duff now stands at third. Johnson at second. And a count now 2 balls and 1 strike to Walston. Walston has seen his average climb all the way to 270 after spending most of the first month of the season below 100. It's a pleasant surprise. Not a surprise, it's just a pleasant situation. Not really surprised when you see how athletic he is and how hard he's been working. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Here's the pitch from Noriega, swing and a miss, strike 2, and I'm going to stop praising him because when I do, he doesn't hit the ball. So, count now moves to 2-2. 1 out, runners at second and third. The Angels lead 9-2 now. So they look to add to it. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss at the curveball, strike 3, and fans upset. They wanted to see Walston do well there. He goes down swinging for the 3rd time tonight. So he's now 0 for 3 with an RBI. That'll bring Cliff Remley to the plate. Remley 0 for 3 on the night. The struggles for Remley continue, but he has hit the ball hard a couple of times. An opportunity to bust out of a little mini slump. The pitch on the way. Noriega misses inside and low ball 1. Remley hitting only 154 in his last 5 games, 174 in his last 10. But baseball definitely a game of streaks. And at any time could break out, and he has the talent and the athleticism to start a hot streak in the opposite direction. Here's the 1-0. Remley, little fister in between the hole. Mosby can't pick it up. It's going to be a base hit. Duff's going to score. Sometimes that's all it takes. As he doesn't hit the ball very hard, it hit off the fists, the handle of his bat. But when you're struggling, you'll take a hit any way they can come. And that may just be what he needs to get going back on a hot streak in the opposite direction. He picks up an RBI single. The Angels now lead 10-2. And manager Luis Aguayo, is going to pull the pitcher. We're going to take a pause, and we'll be back with more Angels baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Remember, man, you get all wireless at 27 West Union Street in Provo. Serving all of your wireless needs.
New pitcher on the mound for the Billings Mustangs will be number 63, Alexander Farfan. Farfan comes in 0-5, 6.48 ERA. He's walked 25, struck out 33. Opponents are hitting 297 against him. They'll face off against Mike Perdomo with 2 out here in the bottom of the 6th as he fires a fastball by Perdomo, strike 1, getting a couple of oohs and ahs from the crowd. Ben Johnson stands at third. Remley with an RBI single at first. Interesting thing, Farfan, a native of Venezuela, Maracay, Venezuela. Also the home of Angels pitcher Ricardo Requena. So never once in my life had I ever met 2 people from Maracay, and now there's 2 of them in the same building. The next delivery to Perdomo misses outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 runners on. Angels lead 10-2, looking to add more. Perdomo looks at ball 2 down and away. Farfan was signed as a free agent. It does not give the year of his signing. Comes set. Kicks and delivers. Again misses outside. Ball 3. Perdomo checked his swing. Did not go around. Set field up with Lawson. Maracay comes set. Looks at third. Looks at first. And the pitch on the way. Misses down low. So Perdomo, who came into the at-bat 1 for 3 on the evening, will head to first with his first walk of the night. Remley moves to second. Johnson will stay at third. Bases loaded for the Angels, 2 out. And Richard Giannotti comes forward. Giannotti with a hole in his pants because of all the sliding he's done here tonight. Some work for Brett Crane tonight to fix that up. Maracay comes set. Got pitch on the way. Misses inside. Ball 1. Giannotti, the 8th batter to come to the plate here in the 6th inning. The Angels look to wrap this game up and head to the locker room for a break while we reset for game 2. The pitch down and in, ball 2. And you can see now why Farfan, who throws hard, has had his struggles. 7 wild pitches on the season for the righty from Venezuela. Sutton waiting in the on-deck circle. Maracay comes set. The pitch on the way. Inside and low, ball 3. Giannotti's taken all the way for strike 1. 9 walks on the night, 2 hit batsmen have helped the Angels, and he lifts a high fly ball to deep left field. That's going to sail to the wall and bounce off the wall. That's going to clear the bases. Johnson, Remeli, and Perdomo will score. Bases clearing double to the opposite field by Richard Giannotti. The Angels on top, 13-2 now, as a whole bunch of white comes home to the dugout. Perdomo with 2 outs, running all the way. That'll bring Nate Sutton to the plate. So Giannotti, a big blast. Bases were loaded, a clearing double. So 3 RBIs on the play. Nate Sutton steps to the plate, 2 out. The pitch from Farfan misses up and away, ball 1. Sean Rodriguez, who got the inning started with a walk, will be due up next. And Jason Ellis is going to go meet with his pitcher. Just a reminder, fans, we'll stay on air so you get that stadium experience. We'll take a brief pause after the end of this game, reset, get the lineups, and play 2. As the temperatures have cooled a little bit, but not too bad. Again, just a picturesque evening here in the heart of the Wasatch Mountains. Sutton batting from the left side. Here's the pitch from Farfan, grounded to the second baseman. He picks it up. Longhorn fires to first, and the inning is over mercifully for the Mustangs. However, the Angels pick up 5 and now lead 13-2. We'll be back with Angels baseball in the top of the 7th on SportsJuice.com.
Good luck.
How much water does the average automatic dishwasher use to clean a cycle? Is it 2-gallon, 10-gallon, 20-gallon, or 40-gallon? Okay, 20 is correct. No.
Congratulations, Valerie Bailey. She won a baseball visiting fan from Provo City Water Resources. And fans, keep your eyes out during this game and the second half of the doubleheader, as Provo Angels staff will be handing out more mystic grants to the lucky baseball fans. Hey kids, if you have your handstand for the 7th-inning stretch, please report to Portal C. If you have your handstand for the 7th-inning stretch, please report to Portal C. And if you didn't get your handstand to participate tonight, remember to visit the guest services booth in your next meeting. And fans, we've had a Gideon Hall Wireless all in the bullpen. Now on the mound for the Angels, number 19, Macy Mutter. Remember, give me a call, 27 West Center Street in Aurora. Serving all of your wireless needs.
Welcome back to the top of the 7th of Game 1 of tonight's doubleheader against the Billings Mustangs. Casey Mutter is now on the hill for the Provo Angels. Mutter comes in with no record, no wins, no losses, a 10.29 ERA, 18 walks, 25 strikeouts, and opponents are hitting .322 against him. Mutter, a 25th round draft pick in 2004 out of Cal State San Bernardino, misses outside for ball 1 to Travis Cates. Cates, 2 singles tonight, has scored a run, has also driven in an RBI as he fouls the next pitch back to the screen. Strike 1. Mutter stands 6'4", 220 pounds. Very solid athletic build on the mound. Socks up high and a turtleneck. His apparel tonight. Cates will head back to the on-deck circle. Looks like his bat was broken. Picks out a new one. And he'll step back to the right side of the plate. Mutter gets his sign from Duff. Kicks, and a pitch grounded foul down the third base line. 4 strike 2. Mutter against right-handed batters this year. 16 and a third innings. He's given up 23 hits, walked 15 and struck out 21. He just strikes out Cates. The ball is dropped by catcher Tim Duff, but he steps and fires to first for the first out of the inning and the evening for Casey Mutter. That'll bring Drew Anderson to the plate. Anderson walked back in the first and has struck out twice, swinging in the third and looking in the fifth. Temperature here in Provo, just pulled it up on the Weather Channel, 72 degrees, so just an absolutely gorgeous night as Mutter misses outside, ball 1. The Angels can hold on to their 13-2 lead here in the 7th. They'll win tonight's game 1, and the ball is fouled back over our heads, and it lands on the opposite side of the tarpaulin. Counts now 1-1. Mutter has had his struggles, but is certainly built to be a talented pitcher in professional baseball. And as he gets acclimated, I'm sure will continue to improve. He misses outside, ball 2. Gets the windup, and the pitch is lined into right field. Ben Johnson will play it off of one hop. On into Josh LeBlanc. And Drew Anderson picks up his first hit of the night, now 1 for 4. So they'll bring the shortstop, Paul Janish, to the plate. Janish walked back in the first, was hit by a pitch in the third, and struck out swinging in the fifth. Angels pitchers tonight have picked up 7 strikeouts and allowed 7 hits. The pitch is lined foul down the right field line and out of play. Ball's in 1 strike to Janish. Karl Gelinas on the hill tonight for the Angels in Game 2 against Tyler Pelland. Mutter set, the pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 2 as he is fooled. You can see him cursing himself as he was fooled by that nice off-speed delivery by Casey Mutter. Mutter wears number 19. Pitch on the way. The 0-2 misses down and away. 1-2. Pretty good crowd here tonight. Probably about 17 or 1,800 fans in Larry H. Miller Field. Capacity is only 25, so it makes it feel like a good full crowd. As Mutter misses outside, ball 2. Roll a double play here, kid, and we get to go eat some dinner. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 1 runner on for the Mustangs. They trail 13-2. The 2-2 just does miss outside, ball 3. Mutter will go to the rosin bag. Come back to the rubber and be set. There's the pitch, the full count on the way. Grounded to the second baseman, Josh LeBlanc. He'll go on to second, but instead the ball skips on into center field. Giannotti slips on the grass.
All kids who have their hands stamped for the 7th inning stretch, please report to Portal C.
And so instead of a inning and game-ending double play, LeBlanc will be charged with an error. Anderson will move over to third base. And the Mustangs now have a runner in scoring position. They would need 10 more in scoring position to tie this ball game up. So the Angels still with an opportunity to turn a double play to end the game. With the runners at first and third, the Mustangs bring Trevor Lawhorn to the plate. He looks at ball one, down and away. Lawhorn on the night, lined out to Sean Rodriguez and has a pair of singles. He comes set, looks over his shoulder. Kicks in the ground ball to Sean Rodriguez. He stumbles, will go to second for one. The run will score. There'll be an unearned run for Mutter, or against Mutter. Anderson scores from third. Yanish is put out on the force. 6-4, and Lawhorn will reach on a fielder's choice. Bobby Mosby will come to the plate. Mosby 0 for 3 on the night after going 2 for 4 last night. He's flown out, or popped up, to third baseman Nate Sutton, struck out and grounded out to Sean Rodriguez. He looks at ball one, down and away. Counts now 1-0. Angels 1 out from taking game 1 of tonight's doubleheader against the Mustangs, moving to 21-8 on the year. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike one. 1-1 now the count. 2 out, 1 runner on. As nighttime has fallen here at Miller Field. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 2, and the ball bounces away from the catcher, Tim Duff. Lawhorn will move on to second base. Mosby is quickly down 1-2, and the Mustangs down to their last strike here at Miller Field for game 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Mutter stares in, gets his pitch, and here's the delivery. Swing and a miss. Beautiful curveball by Mutter. And that ends tonight's game 1. The Angels win 13 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. 3 runs on 7 hits and 1 error for the Mustangs. We'll be back in about 25 minutes with game 2. We'll stay connected. You stay connected to SportsJuice.com and Provo Angels Baseball. We'll talk to you in a few minutes. Welcome back to Game 2 of the Provo Angels Billings Mustangs doubleheader here Saturday night, August 28th at Miller Field in Provo, Utah. Temperatures have cooled to about 69 degrees. We've got new lineups for both teams, as the Angels certainly mix things up, as do the Mustangs. We're going to take a brief pause, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes with tonight's first pitch. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. Welcome back to SportsJuice.com. This is Zach Frazier, the voice of the Provo Angels in 2004 as we get set for Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader. Defensively for the Angels, Michael Hughes will get the start in left field. Richard Giannotti once again at his normal locale in center. And J.R. Renz taking over in right field for the Angels at third base will be Nate Sutton as Andrew Toussaint's back continues to give him a little bit of soreness. Rodriguez back at short. Billy Boyer now playing second tonight, taking over for LeBlanc, who had a pretty good game back in Game 1. And Remley back at first. Catching is a new guy added to the Angels roster yesterday. Will be number 12, Brett Martinez. Martinez, 6 foot tall, 175 pounds. A catcher out of Redlands, California, was drafted in the 24th round of 2002 and joins the Angels from the Mesa Angels. So a new guy on the mound tonight to catch, or a new guy on the plate to catch for Karl Gelinas. Gelinas, the native of St. Jean sur les Quebec, getting the start. Comes into the game right now with an official record of 4-2, 5.65 ERA. Has walked 7, struck out 25, and opponents are hitting .383 against him. He has good stuff, good control. And if he can keep the ball down and throw ground balls, as they say, he will be very successful against this Billings Mustangs lineup.
Leading off the Mustangs is the right fielder number 15, Drew Anderson.
So Drew Anderson will lead things off. Anderson in Game 1 went 1 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. He singled and scored in the 7th. Of course, the Angels took care of the Mustangs 13-3 in that particular ball game. And look for the doubleheader sweep here tonight. The first pitch on the way catches the inside corner, strike 1. Umpires switch around. Clint Lawson now behind home plate. Brett Robeson doing the duties in the field. Here's the 0-1 from Gelinas. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 as Anderson can't catch up with the high fastball. Gelinas, as I said, native of Quebec, Canada. drafted in the 47th round in 2002. And Brett Martinez slides outside as the pitch misses on the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Anderson batting from the left side of the plate. Martinez comes set and misses inside, ball 2. Angels still in their home whites, did not change uniforms, are not wearing alternate tops. Here's the pitch, the 2-2, grounded to the first baseman Remley. He takes it on 2 hops and steps on the bag. So Gelina retires the first batter he sees. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Paul Gelinas. Gelinas walked, was hit by a pitch in the 3rd, struck out in the 5th, and reached on an error in the 7th. 0 for 2 on that game 1. Looks at a strike on the outside corner to start things off here in game 2. Angels now stand at 21-8. Billings falls to 12-18. As Gelina misses low with a curveball. Go to the Pioneer League scores and check to see where people are at there, as well as Major League scores from around the American and National League. Gelina delivers a strike as Gelinas swings and fouls the pitch off of catcher Brett Martinez's glove for strike 2. When Gelina has been good, he's been very good. When he has struggled, he's really struggled. But certainly has the stuff to be a good pitcher here in the Angels rotation. A ground ball to Sean Rodriguez. He tries to play it off the backhand and cannot pick it up. So Gelinas is going to reach on an infield hit. And that'll bring Bradley Key to the plate. Key batted in the 6th spot in the first game. Went 0 for 3. Moving up in the lineup to the number 3 spot. And he'll face off against Gelina. The pitch, fastball, belt high. And the count is 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Gelina comes set, kicks and delivers. The pitch catches the corner, but not enough of it, as Lawson says no, it was a bit too far outside, ball 1. Casper's on top of Helen at 3-2 right now as they head into the top of the 5th. Missoula up 5-3 and Idaho Falls in the top of the 6th. The pitch from Gelina grounded right back. He'll go to 2 for 1. Rodriguez on to first for the 1-6-3 double play. Nice turn by Rodriguez, and the Angels get out of the inning without any damage. We head to the bottom of the 1st. Angels will be bringing the top of their lineup to bat. We're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Are we ready? Corey and Jeff, hands right down on the knob of that bat. Ready, set, go! 1, 2, 1. Yeah, you really hadn't got those 2/10 of the reps in there. Yeah, that might be, the judges might be a little harsh on that. 3, 4. They are seeing a little slow. A little slower. They want that 6. That 6 off there. Yeah, it's a little faster. They need to go faster if they expect to get a good score. 7. Yeah. 8. They don't look like they make it to the Olympics. No, I don't think so. 9. 9.2. What score would you give them, Lincoln? I might give them like a 9.4 or something close to that. They're going real slow. Very slowly. 10.
back to Provo Angels baseball on SportsJuice.com. Zach Frazier bringing you the action here in Game 2. Richard Giannotti to lead things off against the left-hander Tyler Pelland. Pelland, by all definitions, is the ace of this Billings Mustang staff. He delivers the ball high to Giannotti. Ball one. Giannotti batting from the right side finally against the left-hander Pelland. Pelland 8-2 on the year, 3.46 ERA. Has struck out 72 rather, walked 37. And opponents are hitting .248 against him. This is outside and low for ball two. And Giannotti is in a hitter's count. The 2-0 catches the outside corner, 2-1. From the rest of the Pioneer League, Ogden is trailing now to Great Falls as they're in the top of the seventh, 6-5. Great Falls coming back with 5 runs in the top of the sixth to take the lead. And Giannotti chops to the third base side. Key picks it up on the run and fires across the diamond for the first out of the inning. So Nate Sutton will step up to the plate. Sutton, game one, had a single, a walk, and a couple of runs. Went 1 for 3 for that particular ball game. And playing both ends of the doubleheader as Andrew Toussaint has a sore bat. He tried to bunt for a base hit, misses the ball, and has to come back to the batter's box with an 0-1 count. Pelland looks in, comes set, here's the pitch, inside, ball one. Pull up the Major League scores here. Decent number of people have stuck around for game two. Here's the pitch, the 1-1, swung on and missed, strike two. As Pelland challenged with a high fastball. And Sutton couldn't catch up. Pelland looking in, comes set from the windup, the pitch. Swung on and fouled. Over the grandstand along the third base line, and it'll land in University Parkway. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out, and Sutton goes down for out number 2 as he swings at a curveball and misses. So Pelland in control here early. As Sean Rodriguez will come to the plate. Rodriguez came to the plate 4 times, scored 4 runs. Did not get a hit, so unofficially has not seen an at-bat so far tonight. Here's the pitch from Pelland. Curveball that squirts through the glove of the catcher and back to the backstop. 1 ball and no strikes. Around the American League, Seattle beat Kansas City 9-7. Minnesota topples Anaheim 7-1. Not good for Angels fans. Here's the 1-0. Swung and missed as Rodriguez tried to check his swing, could not hold up, and the count is now 1-1, 2 out. In the bottom of the first, scoreless ball game. We're underway for game 2 here between the Mustangs and your Provo Angels. The 1-1 fastball over the corner, a strike 2. Yankees beat Toronto 18-6. And Boston beat Detroit 5-1. So Boston keeps winning, but so do the Yankees, unable to pick up any ground. As Rodriguez looks at a fastball, looks like it was a little bit low, but apparently crosses at the knees. So 2 consecutive strikeouts ends the inning for the Angels. We'll be back with Provo Angels baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Happy birthday to Gregory Davis, who is 8, Joshua Johnson is 3, Travis Cole is 29, and Vito Sheriff is 12, Sam Trevino is 9, Kyle Bailey is 41, Taylor Allen is 11, Mitchell Newell is 18, Brayden Powell is 18. Ella Burns is 5. Cole Allen is 9. Happy birthday to Heather Hansen, who's 30. Ashlyn is 6. Dallas is 13. And happy anniversary to Jason and Carly. They're celebrating 1 year. And on the other hand, Bryce and Donna Millar celebrating their 54th anniversary today.
Your baseball fans, where I will be. Where I probably will be doing 54th anniversary. Welcome back to Provo. Angels Baseball and SportsJuice.com. Bobby Mosby will lead things off for the Billings Mustangs here in the top of the second. A 0-0 ball game. Karl Gelinas on the hill for the Angels. The right-hander getting set to fire to the cleanup hitter for the Mustangs. He swings and fouls the pitch back over the grandstand and out of play. Strike one. Mosby 0 for 4 in game 1 with 2 strikeouts. So, Angels will look to keep this big bat off the bases as he swings and misses. Strike 2. Nice pitch by Gelinas as it tailed away from the right-handed Mosby. Gelinas works from the windup. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Beautiful slider. And Mosby goes down with the 3rd strikeout he's had on the evening between the 2 games. Gelinas' first K of the night. Gelinas' hometown on the south shore of the St. Lawrence River. About 35 miles, if I can remember correctly, from the city of Montreal. And he fires to Phil Gentry. Misses high for ball 1. Gelinas starts his motion on the mound. Here's the pitch. Strike 1. Knee high at the outside corner. Gentry had a pair of singles, was 2 for 3 with a run scored in game 1. So the pitch grounded softly towards the Angels' dugout. Counts down 1-2. Angels, of course, will have the day off tomorrow and take on Billings again Monday night. A 7:05 start Eastern time, and the pitch is lifted into left field. Shallow left field as Mike Hughes comes in, reaches up and gathers it in for the out. And there's now 2 down in the top of the second. So Chad Ziemendorf will bat now from the right side. Ziemendorf has not played yet in this series. 5'10" catcher, 195 pounds. Strike 1 from Gelinas. There's a 23rd round draft pick in the 2003 draft, and played last year for the Mustangs. Here's the pitch from Gelinas. This is outside, ball 1. Ziemendorf on the season, 296. No home runs and 9 RBIs. Only seen action in 27 games, so is a utility player for the Mustangs. He grounds weakly to Gelinas, who picks it up on 2 hops, throws to first, and a 1-2-3 inning from the righty from Quebec. And we'll head to the bottom of the second, a scoreless ball game. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
To pick one up now for only $1. And you'll also find some great late season specials on Angels merchandise. Hey man, mark your calendars for this Sunday's baseball game, August 30th. This is Bailey Herald Union Uniform Night, when all units 12 and under who come to the park in any sports uniform will get into the game for free. Also that night, the Provo Angels will invite fans out for a catch on the field after the game. Bring your gloves for a great family experience. fans, the next time you hop in the shower, wash your car, or water your lawn, remember our friends at Oregon City Department of Public Works Water Resources Division who encourages all to conserve water.
Caleb Mayer, J.R. Renz, and Michael Hughes due up here in the top of the second as they look to get on the board. Mayer on the season, coming into tonight's game, hitting .325, 6 home runs and 35 RBIs, primarily as the DH this year. Looks at ball one high. Pelland starts his windup, the pitch on the way. And again, he misses up high, ball two. So we can now go to our Angels versus lefty stats. As Mayer hitting .261 against left-handed pitching, looks at strike one on the inside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike, no out. Mayer leading things off here in the top of the second, or the bottom of the second. The delivery from Pelland, big curveball that misses inside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike, no out. No score in game 2 as Mayer fouls the ball back over the grandstand. Excuse me, had a little bit of a hiccup there. 3 balls and 2 strikes now. Mayer, native of Ceres, California. Here's the pitch, the full count, up high, ball 4. And the Angels have their first base runner of the evening. So Mayer shows good patience. And that'll bring J.R. Renz to the plate. Renz taking over in right field here in game 2 for Ben Johnson. Has been the primary starting right fielder for the Angels this year. Hitting .284 on the season, 7 home runs, 41 RBI. At one point in time was the league lead with doubles. Right now stands at 13, and the pitch from Pelland misses outside, ball 1. Remember, folks, Angels baseball is brought to you by the Takis family, Mark and Nancy of Pacific Palisades, California. So keep that in mind as you log on for free from your home site. The pitch is lifted high and foul and out of play over my head. For those of you who have never been to Larry H. Miller Field, I sit directly behind home plate. So when it's over my head, it's popped straight back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch, outside and high, ball 2. As Pelland is struggling a little bit with his control here. He has uncorked 14 wild pitches this year, so control certainly can be an issue for this talented lefty. He steps and throws to first. Mayer steps back in safely. Some more scores from around the American League. Chicago and Cleveland. Let's refresh that because it says they were at the top of the 5th, but that was a few minutes ago. The pitch to Renz, a curveball that catches the corner. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No out. Leadoff man Caleb Mayer reaches on a walk. So the Angels have a runner on. Pelland comes set. Mayer's running. The pitch is swung on and missed by Renz. The throw down to second. Not in time as Caleb swipes second base. Renz goes down swinging for the first out of the inning. So Mike Hughes will now step to the plate. Hughes playing left field tonight. Set out game 1 of tonight's doubleheader. Hughes last night started in left field for the Angels. Went 1 for 3 and has now seen his average climb to 149. He swings and fouls the first pitch back to the screen. No balls and 1 strike. Hughes family in town this weekend. It's one of the fun things about doing what we do is meeting the families as they come into town. Had a chance to meet Jason Cox's father this evening. Just to meet them face to face. Caleb Mayer stands at second. Michael Hughes on the right side of the batter's box. The pitch on the way misses down low, ball 1. Chicago beating Cleveland 4-0 right now in the top of the 6th. The final in Seattle after 12 innings. 5-3 the Mariners beat Kansas City. Texas takes care of Baltimore 4-3 as Rafael Palmeiro is not having a kind return to the ballpark. Pelland delivers low, ball 2. Tampa Bay and Oakland, with Oakland on top of the 9th, 5-4. Oakland, of course, coming back to beat Tampa Bay last night. Pelland comes set. Here's the pitch, inside and low, ball 3. So good patience being shown right now by Michael Hughes as Angels look to get an inning started here. LA beat the Mets 4-2 at Shea Stadium. Atlanta, surprising season out of Atlanta for the Braves. Not picked to do much as they've lost a good core of their stars throughout the years. Hughes looks at strike 2 on the outside corner. Looks a little low, but the count now full to the left fielder. And I'm not even a Braves fan. It's just been kind of interesting to watch and see Bobby Cox start to get the credit that he is due for being one of the best managers in the game. Pelland steps off the mound and looks towards second. Mayer heads back to the bag. Pelland comes set. Looks over at second again. Here's the 3-2. Grounded to the first base side. Bobby Mosby has it bounce over his head as Hughes will turn on the gas and try to head towards second. Instead, he'll put on the brakes and stop at first. Mayer will score from second base. And the Angels have their first hit of the night. And now lead 1-0. So an RBI single by Michael Hughes puts the Angels on top 1-0 here in the top of the second. Cliff Remley will come to the plate. Remley getting the start in both games tonight. Went 1 for 4 on the evening with an RBI and a run scored back in the 6th. So Pelland trailing early on here, giving Gelina the lead. Hughes goes towards second. The throw from home gets him as he is cut down, stealing. Remley was swinging on the play. Nice throw by Ziemendorf to cut down the speedy Michael Hughes. Atlanta beat San Francisco 9-3. St. Louis on top of Pittsburgh 6-4. That's final. Houston beat Chicago 7-6. As that is turning into a heated rivalry. And Remley tries to check a swing. Did not, says Clint Lawson. And the count is now 0-2. So 2 out now in the top of the second. The Angels have picked up a run, lead 1-0. Here's the pitch from Pelland. Misses outside. Ball 1. Florida beat Colorado 4-3. Philadelphia beat Milwaukee 4-3. And San Diego tops Montreal 5-2. And that's lifted deep to the gap in right center field. Going back to the wall, trying to make a diving catch is Travis Cates. He's not going to get it. Remley is on the horse, and he will arrive at third with a stand-up triple. He gives that ball a blast. The ball squirts away from Bobby Mosby in the infield, but Remley stops at third. So the lefty versus lefty battle is won by Remley as he blasts a drive to right center field. And now stands at third with a 2-out triple. Now to bring up Billy Boyer, playing second tonight in Game 2, giving Josh LeBlanc a rest. Boyer on the year hitting .218 in the Pioneer League. A pair of home runs and 9 RBI. Final score in the National League, Arizona beats Cincinnati 6-3. Here's the pitch from Pelland to Boyer. Up high, ball one. Boyer, a switch hitter. Hitting from the right side of the plate against the lefty Pelland. Getting more and more people now standing in the fences beyond Larry H. Miller Field as Boyer fouls the pitch off down the first base line and out of play. Certainly a fun way to watch a ball game. Reminiscent of a Wrigley Field setup as people would sit on the tops of their houses. Those are now charged seats, by the way. As Boyer swings through and misses. Strike two. Snap throw down to third. And Remley just does slide in time to beat the tag. Counts now 1 ball and 2 strikes. So the Angels with an opportunity to take a 2-0 lead. They lead 1-0 right now in the bottom of the second. The pitch is grounded towards the first base side, but foul. And Boyer lives to see another day. So hoping that Gelinas tonight will be able to pitch well and have better luck than his hometown Expos. Breaks my heart. Boyer chases a pitch out of the strike zone, swinging and missing for strike 3. Angels pick up a run in the bottom of the second. We'll head to the top of the third with a 1-0 game. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. Karl Gelinas will take the hill again here in the third. He's allowed no runs and only 1 hit through 2 innings of work so far, starting off the game here tonight in Game 2 of this doubleheader against the Billings Mustangs. This could be a potential playoff preview as both the Angels and the Mustangs clinched their respective divisions in the first half of the season. Jose Ronda leading off for the Mustangs, and Gelinas misses down low for a ball, 1-0. Here's the 1-0. This time, same location. Called a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike to Willie Joe, as he's been announced tonight. Have no idea where that came from. Here's the pitch from Gelina, grounded right back up the middle. Billy Boyer tries to dive and knock it down to no avail as it rolls on into center field. Giannotti picks it up and tosses it back in. Nice effort by Boyer to try to prevent another hit from coming into the box score for Gelina. Ronda reaches first with a leadoff single, and that'll bring up Drew Phillips, the designated hitter. Phillips was the DH last night. Went 1 for 4 on the night with a single. Gelina steps and throws to first. Ronda does just beat it back in time. One of the things that Gelina has that's impressive for a right-hander is a very quick move to first base. Very deceptive for a right-handed pitcher. The pitch to Phillips, nice breaking ball in the inside corner, strike 1. Phillips readjusting his batting gloves, will step back in. Gelina comes set and delivers. Little line drive into right field for a base hit. Ronda slipped as he was heading towards second. So he will have to stop there. The temperature has dropped all the way from 72 degrees about an hour and a half ago to now 65. As it's gotten very chilly here very fast. So consecutive singles have got an inning going here for the Mustangs. As they look to get back the run that they gave up in the bottom half of the second. Brett Martinez out to talk with his pitcher. And heads back, puts his mask on, and ready to go. Travis Cates, the center fielder so far in both games of this series. Had a pair of base hits in the game previous to this, and also a strikeout. He squares the butt but pulls back as the pitch is outside, ball 1. One of the things I was noticing, you've got a French-Canadian pitcher and a Spanish-American, a Latino-American catcher behind the plate. And it's just one of the great things about baseball is it gives all sorts of different cultures an opportunity to come together. Gelina twists and steps off the mound to head towards second. But Ronda is back in safely. Middle infield at double play depth. The corners are in, playing for the bunt. Gelina comes set. Here's the pitch. Katz squares the bunt. Right back to Gelina. He'll have only one play, and that's to first base. So the sacrifice works for Travis Cates as he moves the runners up a base.
Now batting the right fielder, number 15, Drew Anderson.
And that'll bring the top of the lineup, Drew Anderson, back to the plate. He grounded out to Cliff Remley to get things started here in Game 2. Gelina now again working from the windup with runners at second and third. And field back at the middle parts, in at the corners, as Katz looks at ball 1 down low. Je veux souhaiter un grand bienvenue à sa famille, la famille de Karl Gelinas qui nous écoute ce soir au Québec. Here's the pitch from Gelina down low, ball 2. Just saying hello to the family of Mark Gelina as they listen in tonight. My family originally from Quebec, from a city called Trois-Rivières, and north of Trois-Rivières, Quebec City. The pitch, the 2-0, catches the outside corner, and Gelina comes back with a very good fastball. Count now 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Gelina looks in, gets the pitch. Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Good job by Martinez. He holds on to the foul ball. Too bad that wasn't strike 3, and we'd be out of this batter. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners at second and third. The Angels trying to prevent the run from scoring. Gelina working from the windup. Here's the pitch. 2-2 is grounded foul down the first base line. Anderson heads back to the batter's box with the same count as he did when he left. Gelina asking for a new ball as the temperature has dropped rapidly and the grass gets a little dewy, so the ball can get a tad slippery. A very good crowd to start off the night, and not a bad number of them have stuck around. Here's the pitch from Gelina, the 2-2 lifted foul down the left field line and out of play. Two balls and two strikes to Karl Gelina. From Karl Gelina to Drew Anderson. Here's the 2-2. Down low, nice job by Martinez to keep it in front of everything. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 runners on. Second and third for the Mustangs as they trail 1-0. Gelina comes set, starts his windup. Here's the pitch. 3-2 grounded to the second baseman, Billy Butler. He'll pick it up and throw to first. Ronda scores on the play. And Anderson is out on the ground now, does pick up an RBI. Gelinas, who singled back in the first, but was cut down on the 1-6-3 double play, will come to the plate. Now there is a runner at third. Drew Phillips has moved up. And the ball game is tied at 1 apiece. Gelina delivers a nice pitch on the outside corner, strike 1. Starts his windup, comes set, the pitch on the way, just does miss outside, ball 1. Local time, 9:38. We are a third of the way through Game 2 of a 2-game set tonight, a doubleheader between the Mustangs and the Angels. Yanis takes ball 2 down low. Gelina comes set again. Here's the pitch. Lined foul. Down the right field line, out over the barbecue pit. Had a nice group here tonight of about 200 people. That's been a very popular option for our front office this year, selling that to groups. Gelina starts his windup. Here's the pitch. Down low, ball 3. So count now full. 2 out. Go-ahead run is 90 feet away. Gelina trying to prevent that from coming across and giving it back to his offense. Here's the pitch. The 3-2 is lifted foul down the first baseline again. And out of play. Angels will wrap up tonight, take the day off tomorrow, and play another game with these very same Mustangs on Monday. The pitch from Gelina is grounded to the third base side. Sutton makes a nice play. Long throw across the diamond. Reveille can't scoop it out. And so the run will score.
Third baseman number 5, Bradley T.
And Yanis will pick up an RBI infield single. Mustangs now up 2-1. It's their first lead of the series. Angels have taken 4 straight from Billings, 5 straight now if you include the doubleheader or the first game of the doubleheader. Pitch catches the inside corner, strike 1. He won't pick up an RBI. Official score is granted it an E5 on the throw, so the run will be unearned for Gelina. And no RBI. Pitch to Bradley Key, misses outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. To Brad Key against Karl Gelina. The Mustangs have taken a 2-1 lead. A ground ball to Sean Rodriguez. He flips on to second base for the force. However, the Mustangs pick up 2. They now lead 2-1. We'll head to the bottom of the third. The Angels trailing 2-1. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
And it's now to play the Daily Herald Home Run Contest. Please welcome
Again, a question your butt. Ball never touched his glove, and it was a huge hop over his head. So that's a justifiable hit. I mean, I would probably call it better, but whatever. And on that one, I guarantee you her reasoning is that if he had scooped it out more, if the throw had been clean, he would have been out. So, I know.
But, Jason, you gotta admit, she does a pretty dang good job with financing. I mean, there's not too many problems she has that are questionable. So. Honestly, she's the best goalkeeper in the league. Jordan. Location, she's the best. And it's good. I just didn't know how to do it. I mean, that one was, I was kind of iffy on, but I can understand her justification of it as it took a huge hop and it didn't touch any part of his glove. So, and it's not like a Bill Buckner thing where it was an easy ground ball and it goes through his head. It never touched his glove. I know, but that was a play. So, anyways. I wish we could play the Mustangs every game. Played well. They were the best team in the league.
Welcome back to Provo Angels baseball. It's a 2-1 ball game as we head to the bottom of the third. The new Angel in the lineup, Brett Martinez, will step up to the plate, batting from the right side against the left-hander Pelland. And he takes the first pitch inside for ball one. Martinez called up and was active last night, got a half of an inning of work in behind the plate, and he grounds the first pitch to the right side for a base hit, making friends early on here in Provo as he squibs one through the right side for a leadoff single. And the Angels may have added a third catcher to their already terrific tandem of two of Ben Johnson and Tim Duff. Certainly don't think that either of those guys will lose playing time, but it never hurts to have another bat to come off the bench. Top of the order, Giannotti will come up to the plate. Giannotti batting from the right side against the left-handed Pelland. Pelland towing the rubber a little bit, trying to work on the mound. Comes set. The pitch catches the outside corner, strike one. Giannotti 0 for 1 on the night. Grounded out to the third baseman to start the inning. Against left-handed pitching, Giannotti is hitting .306, so he's hitting well from the right side of the plate. The pitch is grounded foul to the Angels dugout, heads up. As the count now moves to 0-2. Angels trail 2-1. We're in the bottom of the third of a 7-inning game. Pelland coming set again. The pitch on the way, outside, ball one. He tries to go away, seeing if Giannotti will go fishing. Giannotti does not, stays home. And the count is now 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Giannotti. The pitch swung on and missed, strike 3, and Giannotti goes down for the second time tonight. I'll bring Nate Sutton to the plate. Sutton struck out swinging in his first at bat. One of 4 victims of Tyler Pelland. Excuse me, 5 victims. Pelland already has 5 strikeouts. Giannotti being his 5th. The pitch to Sutton is grounded down the first base line off of his toe. So the ball is foul. Martinez will head back to first. Billings has 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors. The Angels 1 run on 3 hits and 1 error. Have the tying run on first base right now. look to get Karl Gelinas some more runs to work with. Sutton fooled by the curveball, strike 2. Way out in front of that pitch. Slight breeze starting to blow from right to left field. The pitch down low to Sutton, ball 1. As Pelland falls off the mound a little bit. Kind of an awkward delivery on that pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here's the 1-2 to Pelland. Sutton checks his swing, goes all the way around, can't hold up, and is down on strikes for the second time tonight. Rodriguez will step to the plate. Rodriguez struck out looking in his first at bat. And fans clamoring for a home run. Take a base hit right now. Temperature continuing to drop. It's getting a lot cooler than anticipated tonight. We'll refresh the temperature reading and check to see where we're at. Pelland misses inside with a curveball, ball 1. So the Angels, who had jumped out to early leads in both last night's game and game 1 of tonight's doubleheader, struggling a little bit against one of the best lefties in the league, who fires a fastball belt high to Rodriguez for strike 1. Pelland wearing a turtleneck, black turtleneck under the road grays of the Billings Mustangs. Rodriguez listed down the right field line, but slicing foul. As that would have surely gone for extra base hits, and the count is now 1-2. Sean picked up an RBI triple last night on a very similar piece of hitting as he sliced it down the right field line. 64 degrees right now. It's getting cooler and cooler. Pelland misses down low, ball 2, and the count is now even. So Pelland has struck out two Angels in each inning. Pardon me, I'm starting to get a little bit of a stuffy nose here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, grounded to the third base side, foul. As Sean does just barely get a piece of that to stay alive. And I think I left my pullover downstairs in the clubhouse. So I'll just be cold up here tonight. 2-2, 2 out, 1 runner on, 2-1 ball game. Sean swings hard and fouls it back to the Angels dugout. Staying alive to see another pitch. Sean set. Here's the pitch from Pelland. Swing and a foul ball over our heads and out of play. So Sean battling up there, keeping that count at 2-2, waiting for a pitch that he can drive. Certainly something you like to see out of one of your premier hitters, a guy that not only can do special things at the plate, but also battle, as he looks at ball 3 down low. And that's a sign of a good hitter, a guy that can just fight off the pitches that he can't hit until the pitcher makes a mistake and he can drive one. So here's the payoff pitch, 3-2, 2 out, and Pelland steps and throws to first. Martinez steps back in safely. Martinez, from what the reports are, very talented catcher out of Mesa. Similar style of play to a Tim Duff. And we all know how well Timmy's played this year. 3-2, here's the pitch. The runner goes. Lifted into left center field. It's going to fall for a base hit. The center fielder, Case, mishandles it. But Martinez, playing it safe, does the right thing, especially with the heart of the order coming up in Caleb Mayer. So Sean falls behind 0-2, battles back, gets a full count, and then gets a pitch that he can drive and picks up a single. Now 1 for 2 on the night. Caleb Mayer steps in, but he walked and scored back in the second inning. So Pelland will step back on the rubber. Comes set. Here's the pitch. Mayer, ground ball up the middle. The shortstop, Yanish, will handle it and flip to Ronda. So the Angels unable to pick up a run, despite the fact that they hit the ball hard this inning. We'll head to the top of the fourth. The Angels trail 2-1. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
The Provo Angels would like to make their brand as Canyon Park Technology Center in Provo. Formerly the recognized Doubleheader, for providing a great location for our team officers. If you are looking for a quality office space, we recommend you call them today. The Provo Angels and Pepsi Cola team up for the annual Pepsi Reading Challenge. Grade school age children throughout Utah County receive free tickets to a game of their choice. Thanks to Pepsi for making this great program a success and for promoting literacy here in Utah.
Karl Gelinas will run back out for the fourth inning to see if he can get things going here and keep the Mustangs off the board. Billings clinging to a 2-1 lead. Bobby Mosby to lead things off for the Mustangs. He squibs one to the second baseman. Billy Butler picks it up and throws to first for the first out of the inning. First pitch swinging. Not a good thing for the big first baseman. And there's now one fast out in the fourth inning. Philip Gentry will come to the plate. Gentry flew out to shallow left field in his first at bat. He's 0 for 1 on the night. Gelinas working very effectively on the mound, very efficiently. Delivers a strike on the outside corner. 0-1. So Caleb Mayer grounds into the fielder's choice to end the inning for the Angels, and Gentry lines the ball into left field for a base hit. Nice job by Michael Hughes to stay with it and make sure that it doesn't roll to the wall. And the Mustangs have a runner here in the top of the fourth. They lead 2-1. 2 runs on 4 hits. 1 run on 4 hits for the Angels and an error. Chad Ziemendorfer grounded out to Gelinas to end the second inning. Will come to the plate. With Phil Gentry at first, Gelinas throws over to first. Very quick pickoff move. And Gentry's back in 10. Angels will have due up in the fourth inning. J.R. Renz, Mike Hughes, and Cliff Remley as they need to get on the board here quickly as we are only playing 7 innings. The pitch from Gelinas catches the inside corner. Strike 1. He's throwing a lot of strikes tonight. And you like to see that out of your starters. Gelinas splitting time between a starting rotation situation and working out of the bullpen. And again, the quick throw over to first. Gentry back in safely. been more effective coming out of the bullpen this year. The pitch catches the outside corner, strike two. Angels clinging, and I say that with tongue-in-cheek, to a 6.5 game lead over Idaho Falls right now, seeing what they will have done in their game. In Idaho Falls game against Missoula, as Gelinas' pitch drifts outside, Ziemendorf checks his swing, the option down to field umpire Brett Robeson. He said he did not go around. Here's the pitch. This is down low, ball two. But you like to see that from Gelinas. He's keeping the ball down. And that's when he's the most effective. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 1 runner on. Angels trail 2-1 for the first time in what seems like forever against the Mustangs. The runner goes and it drills Ziemendorf right in the back. Right in between the 2 and the 4 on his jersey.
Now batting the second baseman, number 2, Willie Joe Ronda.
I'll bring Jose Ronda, also known as Willie Joe, to the plate. And Tom Kochman's going to run out to the hill to visit with Gelinas. And he threw well, but he'll leave the game with a 2-1 deficit, and that'll pave the way for Fred Carney. A nice round of applause for Gelinas as he goes 2 1/3 innings, gives up 2 runs, 1 of them earned, and 4 hits. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. We're going to take a brief pause, and we'll be back. Called a sissy, but it's 61 degrees, and I went and got a blanket because it's cold up here. Fred Carney taking over for Karl Gelinas. Gelinas going 2 1/3. A very good pitching. He pitched well, just had some balls break the wrong way. And he is responsible for the 2 runners on base right now for the Mustangs. As Willie Joe / Jose Ronda comes to the plate. Ronda singled and scored back in the 3rd. The pitch from Carney is bunted foul as Martinez touches it in foul territory to make sure that it stays that way. No balls and 1 strike. Philip Gentry at second base. He singled and advanced when Ziemendorf was hit by the pitch. Here's the pitch from Kearney. Swinging a ground ball to Remley. He plays it off the heel of his glove. He'll flip to the pitcher, covering in time. Nice cover by Fred Kearney and a nice recovery by Cliff Remley to get the second out of the inning. Both runners will move up a bag. And that'll bring Drew Phillips. Phillips also singled and scored back in the third inning. Phillips 1 for 1 with a run scored in tonight's ball game. Sat out game 1 of this doubleheader. DH'd last night, was 1 for 4 there. Here's the pitch from Kearney. High and tight, ball 1. Checks the scores from around the Pioneer League to see where the Angels stand right now. It is a final in Ogden. They fall to the Great Falls White Sox 9-6. Bad news for Raptors fans as Kearney delivers a strike on the outside corner. 1-1. Missoula and Idaho Falls are in the top of the 7th, 5-5, as Idaho Falls must win to pull a game further ahead of the Raptors. They'd be 2 games up if that happens, and also stay 6 games back of the Angels. A ground ball to Nate Sutton at third base. He'll step and throw to first. And the side is retired without the Mustangs scoring a run. We head to the bottom of the 4th. The Angels down 2-1. And you're listening to Zach Frazier and Angels Baseball on SportsJukes.com.
She will win $50. All right, Molly. I'll get right through there.
Today was Tuesday.
Back in Provo, set to start the bottom of the 4th. The Angels trail 2-1. Tyler Pelland still on the hill for the Mustangs as J.R. Renz will lead things off. He takes the first pitch inside for a ball. Renz struck out swinging in his first at bat, 0 for 1 on the night. Renz, then Mike Hughes and Cliff Remley will be due up. Here's the pitch from Pelland. This is down low, ball 2. Angels in dire need of base runners right now as they look to pick up a run, or 2, or 7, or 12 to take the lead. Here's the pitch. Fastball that catches the corner, strike 1. Provo Angels baseball, an Anaheim Angels affiliate, the Rookie League Advanced affiliate of the Anaheim Angels as Renz looks at strike 2 on the outside corner. Be moving to our new ballpark at Parkway Crossing Stadium. It'll be located on the campus of Utah Valley State College in Orem. Be sure to visit ProvoAngels.com where you can see pictures of the development of Parkway Crossing Stadium and a nice slideshow created by Dave Boyd of Boyd Interactive. Renz fouls the 2-2 back to the screen and stays alive. Boyd Interactive, the company that has created the Angels website. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. So Renz just does get a piece to stay alive. And the count is even at 2. Mike Hughes swinging hard in the on-deck circle. As Renz pops it up down the right field line as it's going to fall foul. A lot of foul territory here in Miller Park, symmetrical field. 345 down both lines. 400 to straightaway center field and 380 to the gaps. And quite a lot of foul territory to cover. The 2-2 misses outside, ball 3. And Renz will see a payoff pitch right here. Got a few Angels fans wearing the red Anaheim gear tonight. Renz grounds to the first base. Bobby Mosby makes a nice backhand play, but the throw to pitcher Tyler Pelland is behind the pitcher, and he can't gather it in. So Renz will reach on what will probably be a throwing error. Or not a throwing error, excuse me, an error on the pitcher. That'll bring Mike Hughes to the plate. So Renz reaches on an error. E1 to score. And I don't really care how they get on, so long as they get on, because right now the tying run stands at first. Michael Hughes steps into the batter's box. Hughes has an RBI. And was caught stealing in the second. Pelland throws over to first, and Renz is back in safely. Pelland comes set. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball back to the press box, and it does just miss it and roll over, or fly over rather, to the softball side of things here. Count is 0-1 to Hughes. On the back side of this baseball stadium is a softball field. The Angels share the concourse with the BYU softball facility. Beautiful park, $15 million park built here at the campus of BYU. And the ball skips away from Ziemendorf. Not far enough away to allow Renz to advance. As Ziemendorf crashes into Hughes, trying to make the play. No interference called. 1 ball and 1 strike. Pelland comes set. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the second baseman, Ronda. He'll scoop it up onto second for 1. On to first for the 4-6-3 double play. And the Angels' early rally is cut short here in the bottom of the 4th. So that'll bring Cliff Remley to the plate. Remley, 1 for 1 tonight with a blast to the gap in right center field that fell for a triple. Remley hitting with the sand bat. A couple of weeks ago, Casey Kochman, the son of manager Tom Kochman, sent a bunch of bats down. And Tom's been distributing them to certain players. Pitch misses outside, ball 1. Pelland starts his windup, the delivery inside, ball 2. Hughes hit the ball hard, but right at second baseman Willie Joe / Jose Ronda. And the 4-6-3 double play ensued. Pitch from Pelland on the way. The delivery is lifted again into center field, and that's going to be caught by Travis Cates. And so the Angels get the first runner on, but are unable to produce. We'll head to the top of the fifth. It's a 2-1 ball game. Angels trail. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. You've heard the conversation as we've been having here between the innings, but what would happen to the song YMCA by the Village People had professional sports not been around? It's interesting to think about. Travis Cates will step up to the batter's box. He did not reach, but had a sacrifice bunt back in the third. He looks at a pitch on the outside corner for ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. The delivery from Carney up high, ball 2. Cates will step back in. Of course, Cates responsible for the 2 runs that came across, doing the job that he was asked to do with the sacrifice bunt. Here's the pitch. Lifted into left field. Hughes will come on to make a sliding catch. Beautiful play by Mike Hughes to rob Cates of a base hit. And folks, that may be very important as we get closer to the end of this game.
Now batting the right fielder, number 15, Drew Anderson.
So Mike Hughes, effective in left field tonight. As Drew Anderson will come to the plate, 229 on the year coming in. 0 for 2 on the night in game 2. And was 1 for 3 in game 1. Takes the first pitch down and outside, ball 1. Good pitch. Next pitch catches the corner. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out. The pitch from Carney misses the outside corner, ball 2. Yanish is swinging the bat in the on-deck circle. Here's the 2-1. Down low, ball 3. Count runs to 31. Remember, folks, visit ProvoAngels.com for all of your Angels needs. You can also shop the Angels store right there online. And the 3-1 is lifted foul over our heads and out of play. Not to mention taking our fan poll and a chance to win $2,500 from minor league baseball. Enter the code PVO. And you may win $2,500 from minor league baseball. Here's the 3-2. Inside, ball 4. And Anderson reaches on a one-out walk.
Now batting the shortstop, number 23,
Paul Gelinas coming up to the plate. Gelinas, as we mentioned earlier on in the night, a Rice University product. As one of the writers to my left looked over when I said that, he's from Spring, Texas, so Rice right around the corner. The throw over to first. Anderson dives back in safely again. Carney with a quick throw over to first. Carney, very similar move to Karl Gelinas. Both of them have lightning quick moves for righties to first base. He comes set, the runner goes. The bunt is on as it bunts foul back to the backstop. Gelinas was trying to bunt for a base hit there, it seems, as you typically don't steal and bunt at the same time. Gelinas trying to drag that bunt with him down the first baseline. Carney, very dramatic coming together of his hands. Here's the 0-1, misses down low, ball one. Carney, another Angel pitcher that has been a surprise out of the bullpen. 1-0 on the year with a 4.97 ERA. 25 and a third innings worked, has walked 9, struck out 23rd. The runner goes, the throw down to second in time. And Anderson is cut down swinging, cut down stealing. Nice throw by Brett Martinez. A laser right to the glove of Billy Boyer covering the bag. Gelinas misses on the bunt. And there's now 2 out. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. Pitch from Carney drifts outside as Martinez can't pick it up. And the count's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Nobody on. The Angels trail 2-1. The 2-2 just misses outside. Very close call. And the count runs full, 3-2. Gelinas asks for time. Steps out of the box. Here's the pitch from Carney, lifted foul down the first baseline and out of play. See some scores around the Pioneer League here in a moment. Here's the 3-2 from Carney, lifted. Foul territory on the right field side. Remley giving chase, finding the ball, and making the play along the dirt track that lines the field. So nice play by Cliff Remley to wrap it up. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. The Angels need a run. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Please direct your attention to the third base dugout where Pelland will try to answer a water trivia question to win a baseball midweek fan.
I think we have a cheater here. How many gallons of water does it take to produce a typical fast food meal of a hamburger, french fries, and soft drinks? Is it 1,500 gallons, 1,000 gallons, 500 gallons, or 100 gallons?
420.
Are we rounding into 500 then?
Yes. Hey.
A is correct. 1,500 gallons.
Congratulations, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
Some nights we get 250, some nights we get 50. We average about 100. How many people are sitting?
So Billy Boyer will lead things off here in the 5th. Angels have been held to only 4 hits, 1 run on 4 hits and an error, as Tyler Pelland is throwing a gem so far, as is Karl Gelina and Fred Carney have teamed to throw a gem as well, and Billy squares to bunt. The ball drifts well inside and off the glove of catcher Chad Siemendorf. 1 ball, no strikes, as Boyer did not offer. Boyer started the year here with Provo, got called up to Cedar Rapids as he started hot. Line drive, diving stop by third baseman Bradley Key, and he robs Boyer of a hit. Boyer hit that hard, and it looked like it was going to go in the hole, but Key dove to his right, towards right field, to his left, but towards right field, and gathered it in. Got up on his feet and threw to first to get the speedy Boyer. So it goes in the book 5-3, but really was a spectacular play by third baseman Bradley Key. Brett Martinez, 1 for 1 on the night, steps in, looks at a curveball, strike 1. Martinez batting from the right side of the plate. Wearing number 12, the old number of Felix Nunez. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the shortstop. Danish plays it on 2 hops and throws it over to first to retire Martinez. So the Angels still have not figured out the pitcher on the hill for the Billings Mustangs. Tyler Pelland pitching a gem. Richard Giannotti will come to the plate. Giannotti 0 for 2 on the night with a ground out and a strikeout. Here's the pitch from Pelland. Inside and low, ball 1. The Angels can get Giannotti and Sutton on. They can get something going, especially with the speed that Giannotti and Sutton display. And then Rodriguez and Mayer in behind them as Giannotti swings and misses, strike 1. So certainly with his Angels lineup top to bottom, there's not an easy out. And Giannotti will square to bunt, pulls back as the pitch is low. Richard getting a chant or 2 out here from young blonde ladies. Really don't know any other way to describe them. As the ball is bounced into the Angels dugout, and the count is 1-2. Giannotti, a University of Miami product. We're in the clubhouse in between the games, watching the Virginia Tech USC game. Start of college football. Giannotti looks at strike 3 on the outside corner. And that'll end the Angels' 5th. They do not pick up a run. They still trail 2-1. We'll head to the top of the 6th. You're listening to Zach Frazier and Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Leading off for the Mustangs, the third baseman, number 5,
Bradley Key leading things off for the Mustangs here in the top of the sixth. They are clinging to a 2-1 lead. Fred Carney still on the mound for the Angels, taking over for a quality start by Karl Gelinas. Carney gets his sign. Here's the pitch to Key. Fastball over the outside corner, strike one. Key, Mosby, and Gentry, the 3-4-5 hitters for the Billings Mustangs, due up here in the top of the sixth. Here's the 0-1, misses outside and low, ball one. Angels would like to keep their little win streak going. 2 in a row here against Billings, 5 overall. Swinging a foul ball back to the screen by Keys. Angels, of course, will wrap up this series on Monday. Then welcome Casper back to town for 2 on Tuesday and Wednesday before hitting the road Wednesday night to take on Casper Thursday night in Casper. Swing and a miss, and Key goes down. Nice off-speed delivery from Carney to get the number 3 hitter.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 59.
This is only the second strikeout of the game for Angels pitchers. Gelinas struck out Mosby back in the second inning for the first. Mosby 0 for 2 on the night with that strikeout and a ground out in the fourth. Here's the pitch from Carney, high and tight to the big boy. Ball one. The pitch, Mosby chases it out of the strike zone, strike one. And if you stay down and away, he's not going to hit you. You bring it into his wheelhouse, and it'll end up in the Marion Center parking lot. The 1-1 is ground a little squibber to Billy Boyer. He'll take it, underhand flip to Remley at first. And Mosby doesn't even touch first base. Just heads right to the dugout. Upset it himself, and there's now 2 out in the top of the sixth. So
Now batting, the fielder, number 9, Philip Gentry.
Gentry will come to the plate. Gentry 1 for 2. Flew out to center fielder Mike Hughes back in the second and lined a single in the fourth. And Carney's night is done. He comes in, doesn't allow a run. Pitches 2 1/3 innings. No runs and a strikeout. In fact, doesn't even allow a hit. We're going to have a new pitcher. We'll be back with more Angels baseball on SportsJuice.com.
We've had a game in the Colorado called to
a sign of confidence for Jamie Douglas as manager Tom Kochman will go to the young lefty in a very tight, very important situation. Douglas, of course, pitching better here in the last couple of weeks. Has seen his ERA come down under 10. Is throwing 8.80 right now. And the first pitch from Douglas over the head of Philip Gentry. Ball one. Gentry, the lefty, so Douglas brought in to go lefty versus lefty here. Douglas, a very deceptive pitcher for left-handed batters, has a three-quarter delivery, socks up high, turtleneck on, 60-degree weather, and the first pitch is lined into center field for a base hit. So Douglas may have taken a little bit off to make sure that got over the plate. And there's one runner on for the Mustangs here in the top of the sixth.
Now batting the catcher, number 24, Chad Ziemendorf.
So Chad Ziemendorf will step in. Ziemendorf was hit by a pitch, the last batter that Karl Gelinas faced before being pulled in the fourth. The pitch from Douglas is swung on and popped foul down the third base line. The catcher, Brett Martinez, giving chase and has to step into the dugout to nice job avoiding the steps and not falling in. Strike one to Ziemendorf. Ziemendorf adjusting his batting gloves. Douglas waiting on the hill, ready to go. Douglas has walked 19, struck out 11, but has gotten better here in the last couple of weeks as he fires a nice fastball in the inside corner, strike two. One thing to remember, especially with guys like Douglas and Mutter, guys who, Jason Cox, guys that may seem at first that they're struggling, they're here to learn different things that will help them be better professionals, and so keep that in mind. And the 0-2 just does miss the corner. Douglas wanted that pitch as he took a step or two towards the dugout. That was a nice curveball. Not a bad amount of fans still sticking around as we head towards 11 o'clock. Here's the 1-2 inside, ball two. And Ziemendorf has to duck out of the way. It almost caught him on the shin. Now that he's afraid, bust him outside, Jamie. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 1 runner on. Here's the pitch. Way outside. Nice job by Martinez to keep that from going back to the screen. And Jamie will get back on the rubber, ready to go. Gets his sign from Martinez. Comes set. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 4. And there's now runners at first and second. So a single and a walk. And that'll bring up Willie Joe Jose Ronda. Coach Zeke Zimmerman will jog out to visit with his young lefty. And Ronda is a switch hitter, will probably bat from the right side against the lefty, Jamie Douglas. Let's see if we've got any finals from the Pioneer League as we keep track of these races. So Jose Ronda, who is a switch hitter, decides not to go from the right side against Jamie Douglas. Will stay batting lefty. Douglas comes in, glances at second base. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball pulled down the line into right field. Renz is going to hustle over, but a run will score. As Gentry comes around from second, Ziemendorf moves over to third, and Ronda picks up an RBI single. She pulls that ball right down the line. Tom Kochman's going to run out to the mound, and it looks like Douglas's night is done. And we're going to have a new pitcher on the mound. We're going to take a brief pause, and we'll be back. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com. Who just called up two pitchers, Jason Corbett and Rafael Cruz. We'll see the first action of the year for Corbett. Will take over for Jamie Douglas. Corbett, a free agent signee in 2003. Here's the pitch in the dirt, ball one. As Drew Phillips, the designated hitter, steps up, he singled and scored back in the third and grounded out to Nate Sutton to end the inning in the fourth. Corbett comes set. The pitch is lifted high and deep to left field. Michael Hughes going back to the wall. He makes the catch as he crashes into the Hebrew National sign. So Michael Hughes saves the day, as that would have certainly put the game out of reach for the Angels as they struggled to get runs and hits against Tyler Pelland. However, the Mustangs pick up one. They head into the bottom of the sixth with a 3-1 lead. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
There's been a Gideon Call Wireless call to the bullpen. Now on the mound for the Mustangs is number 18, Drew Jensen. Remember, Gideon Call is the 27 West Center Street in Oro, serving all of your wireless needs.
Sutton will step up to the batter's box against Drew Jensen. The new pitcher on the mound for the Billings Mustangs. Jensen's first delivery to Nate misses inside, ball one. Sutton has struck out twice tonight. As he lines the next pitch into left field, that's going to drop for a base hit. As a broken bat single gets the first runner on here in the bottom of the sixth for the Angels. Drew Jensen, a 6'2", 200-pound lefty out of Lakeside, California, the same home as Chris Walston. Went and played at San Diego State University before being drafted in 2004 in the 19th round. He's 2-0 with a 1.65 ERA. 9 walks and 16 strikeouts. Opponents only hitting .218 against him. So, very tough lefty on the hill for the Mustangs. Sean Rodriguez coming to the plate. Of course, he's a very tough lefty, but he faces a very tough part of the Angels lineup here. 2-3-4 due up. And the first pitch to Sean Rodriguez misses outside, ball one. You know, on a night that's actually cooler than the couple of nights that we've had already, there's more people sticking around, and it's also an hour later than the last couple of games. So a very boisterous crowd tonight here in Provo. Fastball catches the corner, and the count is now even at 1 apiece. Here's the 1-1. Down low, ball 2. As the Angels look to battle back, they trail 3-1. Sean set in the batter's box. Jensen delivers and misses inside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. No out, 1 runner on. Nate Sutton reaches on a leadoff single, and Rodriguez takes a fastball at the knees, strike 2. Rodriguez, 118 in his last 5 games. Has had 2 home runs in his past 10, but hasn't had any in 5. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Nate Sutton on at first. Angels trail 3-1. Here in the bottom of the 6th. Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Angels and the Mustangs, and ball 4 misses down low. And Sean works a walk out of the at-bat. That'll bring up designated hitter Caleb Mayer. Mayer has walked and scored in the 2nd, and he grounded into a fielder's choice in the 3rd inning. Luis Aguayo walking out to the mound, and it looks like the night is done for Drew Jensen. And they'll bring in another lefty. We're going to take a brief pause, and you're listening to Angels Baseball Provo Angels, Anaheim Angels Rookie League affiliate in the Pioneer League on SportsJuice.com. So the conference is in the outfield and the infield break up as Brad Marenko comes onto the hill for the Billings Mustangs. The 6'4", 215-pound right-hander was a 40th round pick in this year's draft, a native of Marysville, Michigan, pitched at Oakland University. Marenko 2-1 on the year with a 4.56 ERA, delivers a strike on the outside corner to Mayer. No balls and one strike. To Mayer to start things off here in the sixth. Sean Rodriguez at second base. The ball is hit over the head of the center fielder. He does recover in time. And, Nate Sutton, who's at second base, has to head back. And Sean Rodriguez is stranded at first. So Mayer hits the ball hard, but the center fielder makes a nice recovery to the first out of the inning. J.R. Renz will come to the plate. Renz struck out in the second inning and reached on an error in the fourth. Marenko working from the stretch position. Misses outside with ball one. Angels looking to win 3 straight here against the Mustangs. Here's the pitch. Fastball right over the plate, strike one. We head into the wee hours of the morning. We're coming up on 11 o'clock at night. And Renz rips the ball foul down the left field line. Karams ricochets off the Angels dugout and into left field. Nate Sutton stands at second base. Sean Rodriguez at first. Sutton with a leadoff single and Rodriguez subsequent walk to put them at first. And Renz chases the pitch out of the strike zone for strike 3 for the second out of the inning. That'll bring Michael Hughes to the plate. Hughes had an RBI ground out in the second inning and grounded out to the shortstop back in the fourth. Hughes comes set. So does the pitcher Marenko, and he misses outside, ball one. Angels desperately need to keep this inning going. This is a 7-inning ball game. We're in the bottom of the 6th. They trail 3-1. As Marenko looks in, comes set. There's the pitch inside as Hughes tried to turn into that and get on base any way that he can. 2 balls, no strikes. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, the Angels trail 3-1. Tyler Pelland throwing 5 very strong innings. And right now on record to win the ball game. Here's the pitch. Fastball catches the corner, strike 1. So Brad delivers the first strike to Mike Hughes. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 out. Pitch on the way. Hughes checks his swing, and the throw rolls on into center field. Nate Sutton is going to try and run to third. He does, and Sean Rodriguez slides into second. So the snap throw from catcher Chad Siemendorf skips on into center field. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 out. Runners now in scoring position for Michael Hughes. And the fans clamoring for an RBI here. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. And you can sense the pressure, sense the tense situation here in Provo. As Michael Hughes steps up, he can be the hero here, or he could be the GOAT. Not a GOAT, he's a good guy. Ball 4 is called strike 3. Horrible call by home plate umpire Clint Lawson as that pitch was a foot inside. The Angels strand 2 runners in scoring position. We'll head to the top of the 7th. They trail 3-1. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
Thank you for coming to the ballpark tonight for Jimmy Buffett night. And our please to announce tonight's attendance 1,610. Dave to remind you that the playoffs begin September 7th, and that the first playoff game here at Larry Miller Field is Wednesday, September 8th. That day will have lots of grown-ups and giveaways, including $500, a love sack, and a trip to Disneyland.
Mike Hughes. Jason Corbett back on the hill here in the top of the 7th for the Angels as they try to shut down the Mustangs and come back in the bottom of the 7th to tie or win the game. Leading off for the Mustangs will be the number 9 hitter Travis Cates. Cates hitting 182 in the season, looks at strike 1 on the outside corner. Ball 1 strike, and we've got ourselves a Provo heckler. Nice to have the BYU students back into town. Here's the pitch from Corbett, swung on and popped foul into the grandstand on the first base side. And guy gives chase, and a young girl sitting under the blanket with a couple of her friends just reaches over and grabs it out of his hands. See a couple of young men out here with rally caps on. Here's the 1-2. Misses outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Travis Cates, and he swings and misses for strike 3. As the young lady who picked the foul ball out of the concrete gave it to the little boy who was chasing after it.
Now batting the right fielder, number 15, Drew Anderson.
That'll bring Drew Anderson to the plate. Anderson 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. Corbett working, delivers a curveball that catches the corner, strike 1. Corbett came in to close out the 6th inning in place of Jamie Douglas and gave Angels fans a scare by giving up a long fly ball to deep left field, but Michael Hughes made a nice crashing catch against the wall to keep the game at a 3-1 deficit. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a ground ball to Billy Boyer at second base. Takes a weird hop off the corner of the grass, but he recovers nicely and underhands it to Remley at first. Anderson is put down for the second time tonight on a ground ball to the second baseman. Paul Janisch, the shortstop, will come to the plate. Janisch reached on a single back in the first, on an error in the third, and popped up to Remley in foul territory in his last at bat. The delivery from Corbett misses down low, ball 1. So Idaho Falls loses to Missoula 7-6. Casper wins 6-3, and Ogden loses to Great Falls 9-6. And the pitch is popped up into shallow right field. JRN's giving chase. He'll call everybody off and gather it in. For the third out, so 1-2-3 affair for Corbett. The Angels will have Cliff Remley, Billy Boyer, and Brett Martinez due up. 7-8-9 due up. They trail by 2. You're listening to Angels Baseball on SportsJuice.com.
As you know, this is the Angels' final home stand of the season. You should also keep the Angels in mind for all of your events next season when the Angels move to their new home at UBSC in Oil.
Cliff Remley will start things off in the bottom of the 7th as the Angels try to erase a 3-1 deficit here in the bottom of the 7th is what I was meaning to say, as he fouls the first pitch off down the first base line out of play, strike 1. Remley, Boyer, and Martinez due up. The pitch from Marenko inside and skips back to the backstop. 1-1. Marenko came on and got 2 big strikeouts. And J.R. Renz and Michael Hughes and an Angels threat. They had runners at second and third, the go-ahead and tying runs on base. And Remley lifts the ball down the right field line. That's curving fair. That's going to catch the inside corner. He's going to turn the bag and head towards second. And the tying run leads things off with a double. As that just did catch the inside part of the chalk. And that'll bring Billy Boyer to the plate. Boyer batting from the left side against the right-hander Brad Marenko.
Number 7, Billy Boyer.
I apologize. Remley would have represented the tying run had it still been a 2-1 ball game. Boyer now represents the tying run. Marenko looks for a sign. Here's the pitch. Base hit into right field. Remley is going to be held at third. Smart play. You don't want that run cut down. You need that run. So good job by manager Tom Kosman to keep him at third. And that'll bring up Brett Martinez. Martinez hit the ball hard back in the third for a single and grounded out to shortstop Paul Yanish in the fifth. So Billy Boyer comes up clutch with a single, moving the runner at second over to third. And that'll bring up Brett Martinez. So rally caps on here in Provo. 3-1 ball game, bottom of 7. They have runners at first and third. As the number 9 hitter, Brett Martinez, steps into the batter's box. He squares to bunt. He drops it down. Perfect bunt. And the runner will head over to second. Boyer now stands at second. So the tying run is now in scoring position. Martinez, the sacrifice bunt, is retired 1-3. So Martinez does his job. And G steps to the plate. MOBB is he has picked this song to me. I don't really know anything about it. Anyway, he represents the go-ahead run. And pitching coach Vern Rule will step out to talk with Marenko. Giannotti batting from the left side of the plate against the right-hander Marenko. Giannotti hitting .258 with a home run and 14 RBI against right-handed pitching. Okay, so we're done with the conference on the mound. Giannotti will step back in. Representing the go-ahead run. Tying run at second base. Here's the pitch. Giannotti fouls it off the catcher's glove. And the count is 0-1. So there's one out in the bottom of the seventh. The Angels trail by 2. They have 2 runners in scoring position. And the top of their order up in Richard Giannotti. G from the left side swings and misses, strike 2. Nate Sun is in the on-deck circle. The force is off, so Giannotti cannot hit into a force here, except for at first base. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Very close pitch. With the right call made by home plate umpire Clint Lawson. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. So Giannotti goes down for the his third strikeout of the night. 0 for 4 on the evening, and that'll bring Nate Sun to the plate. Sun has struck out twice and reached on a single. Tying run stands at second base. 2 singles. A double by Remley and a single by Billy Boyer. Got the first two runners on. Brett Martinez's bunt moved him over to second and third. Giannotti just struck out, and now Sutton takes ball one on the outside. Sean Rodriguez is in the on-deck circle. Here's the pitch. Catches the corner, strike one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Angels have out-hit the Billings Mustangs. 1 run on 7 hits. The Mustangs have 3 runs on 6 hits. Here's the pitch from Marenko. Strike 2 is almost in the Angels' dugout. It's that far outside the strike zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's hard to hit a pitch when it's not over the plate. Here's the 1-2. He grounds the ball. A little soft grounder to short. He's going to beat it out at first. No! Bad call by field umpire Brent Robeson. Horrible call. Cost the Angels the game. Billings takes game 2 of the doubleheader 3-1. 3 runs on 6 hits, 2 errors. Angels 1 run on 7 hits and 1 error. We'll take the day off and we'll be back for game number 4 of this 4-game set Monday night at 5:05 Mountain Standard Time, 7:05 Eastern Standard Time. You're listening to Provo Angels Baseball